Man, heck with someone like me. Hey all, how's it going? It is I, the real Randy Chavez, coming at you today with a Veve OMI update video. Guys who are new, welcome. For not, welcome back. I love you all. Everyone say hello to Dashi. Hello, Dashi. Commenting, liking, and subscribing. Oh God, I'm sending something. All right, is a free way to help support the channel. Non-free ways are Patreon, smashing that super thanks button down below, super chat as well, and Rayfax.eth domain name. Gotta go and totally take a look at that. So we have a couple of things to go over today. We have quite a lot. There's so much speculation. What is going on? What just happened? All right, y'all can see me, right? Like that. That was so weird. That was, I don't know why my tablet just shut off like that. Anyway, we should be good. Yeah. So the title is Best Deals on Veve. When will OMI move? And Veve grosses $1 million in gems this week. Supposed to say in gems, but $1 million in 1 week. That is what they did. So they did have that in gem sales. I'm not 100% sure how much has been. I'm not 100% sure how much has been actually spent on the app. This is going to get annoying if I can't. If I don't have I'm having issues with this. Why is StreamYard being StreamYard's being dumb? Okay, well we're gonna try to figure this out at some point. So we'll go over the news for today. We'll take a look at, oh lordy, there's so much. All right. One of the things that was suspected yesterday was, oh hey, Binance. Binance is having a new listing. Who is it? They are going to list Floki and they're going to list Floki and Pepe. So Pepe is, I guess this is part of the when will OMI moon. When will it move? Why are we still down here? So be advised that we do have 3 major things that we need. Now, obviously, there's no utility with Pepe, and that's one of the things that David had mentioned. Yeah, you do want utility before we go and do there. You don't really want to listen to bear market. Okay. Well, when you have something like Pepe that has 100,000 holders, so there's 100,000 separate wallets that have Pepe, and then you have volumes in the tens of millions before you have any meaningful exchanges. I think it has like 1 billion in volume. Let's take a look at that real quick. Was no accident. No, it's over. Okay, here we go. So Pepe, the number 42 coin right now, 24-hour trading volume has 1.6 billion. I repeat, 1.6 billion in trading volume. Market cap, and that's actually over the market cap, 1.5 billion. If you go and you take a look and see if you're bullish or not bullish on it, I voted good because I'm pretty bullish on it, and it's 73% people do agree with me, and they're like, yeah, this is going to go hard, especially because of the Binance listing. So yeah, you have a bunch of stuff going on. If OMI were to have 100,000 holders, if they were to have a whole bunch of people buying the token and giving it millions or tens of millions or even 100, even tens of millions of dollars in volume, would be great. We've had that, I think, 5 days maybe in the course of its existence that have had that. Most times you don't even get 10. Most days you actually barely get 750,000 in volume. So Binance is not going to list a coin that has less than 1 million in volume, like much less. That only has a couple thousand holders, guys. Like you need 100,000 holders. Like you're going to need something like that. And again, without utility, we're not going to get anything like that. So once you have OMI to NFT, okay, hey, there's a little bit of utility. And they're going to have OMI to accessory as well. That is more going to be in the Veveverse type thing. But again, the beta has already been rolled out. More people will get into the beta like every couple of weeks. So that, okay, here we go. Here's a week of people playing around with it. Here's a week of us testing, whatever. And then they go and they'll roll beta out every couple of weeks or every month to more and more people. It's going to be the same like MCP. Like for a while, there was really no MCP. Some people had it. You still weren't really 100% sure what you could do with it. There was an update just recently about it. That's I don't have it. So what people are doing, be advised, I don't have it because my phone didn't update. Or I updated my phone, but it's a what do you call it? I'd updated the phone, but it was a I just haven't gotten it from the Veve app yet. They haven't gone on and done that. So a lot of people that have, let's say, rank 41, your rank will always stay the same. That'll only go up. It's your like level, your MCP level. A lot of people were master and now they're diamond 2 or they're diamond 4 or they're gold or whatever they are. Really, and the reason that is because a lot of people had gone down in the rankings because it's not that they had sold anything, but just other people that got MCP points are really just jumping ahead. I think Dr. Profits was, he was like rank number 73, and then his points corrected, and now he's like rank 100. He's master. It's absolutely bananas. And there's others like him as well. But anyway, we don't want to spend too much time on that. We do have a lot of other stuff to go over. Let's go with the. For those of you that missed it, I did buy another million OMI. I thought that was really cool. So I'm at 167 now. I'll try to get up to 169 next week, partly just because of those memes. I remember when I was at 50 million OMI, it's like, guys, this is a lot. They're like, get to 69. 69. Like, okay, I'll try to get to 69 million. And again, that's when you had to spend like $5,000 to $7,000 per million OMI. It was a lot. It's literally like 10x from here. So now it's actually much easier to get that. Again, I did go back to work. So I've been averaging about a million OMI per week, give or take, since I've gone back. But I don't think that's gonna stand anytime soon. I think that's gonna go away. Anyway, we have Veve Feed, which again, you kind of have to take Veve Feed with a grain of salt because they had mentioned 2 days ago, oh, hey, somebody just bought 4 MC1 secret rares, and they didn't. It just happened to be a merged account. So again, take this with a grain of salt. But they said 16.2% of the supply of the Star Wars Return of the Jedi Skywalker character series on Veve was minted by suspected bot accounts. At least they said suspected bot accounts. Is that true or not? I'm not sure. We do have other stuff to go with over in a little bit. More on that. Yep. No, I don't have the animal crackers yet. We'll go over the numbers for all the Lukes in a minute. We have, I guess we'll do the thumbnail of this. We have Veve Feed that also says, hey, the gem purchases for May 4th was 318,000. Not 100% sure what they were today. Today should have been a bit of a better day. I mean, it was okay. I think they made like $25,000 on the Thrawn comic. There was a bunch of whales that had gone on and eaten that just because it's a really good comic. Just as nobody really knows who Thrawn is yet, unless you really read like unless you really read some of the books, or unless you were into like the Clone Wars, like Rebels, like that TV show in the 2000s. You're really not going to know who he is. He was kind of mentioned and teased in the Mandalorian series when Ahsoka was in there. And I think in the most recent Mandalorian season as well, the last 2 episodes, they had mentioned Grand Admiral Thrawn. He's kind of just, heir to the Empire. So you're going to have a lot of really cool crossovers with Mando, with Boba Fett, with Ahsoka, with Luke, and Baby Grogu. It's going to be absolutely bananas. I can't wait for that. So yeah, this is a really big character. Nobody just knows it yet. So I got a common, paid $7 for it. I'm not going to buy any more. I'm saving for the rest of the Marvel Mighties. I'll get to that in a minute. A little bit of fun that we had last night, it was people saying, oh, hey, these Crypt toys, they're coming for Veve. They also have a Disney license, which they do. They have the Star Wars license. They're releasing Darth Vader and Anakin Skywalker. And there was a little bit of confusion about that. I thought they were the same person. They technically are. They are technically 2 different characters, though. It's just kind of, hey, he was Anakin Skywalker for so long. Drop that persona. And there was the evil within Anakin that kind of took over, was christened as Lord Vader, and was confirmed that, multiple times throughout the canon, saying, oh, yeah, Vader is a separate person that did kill Anakin Skywalker. You kind of teased it in A New Hope, but then in the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, you go and you see, you actually see a fight between the 2, and it says, Vader says, oh, you didn't kill Anakin. I did. And it's just so heckin' epic. James Earl Jones is such, oh my God, he's been old my entire life, but he's still such an amazing dude. I heckin' love him. I'd love to get him on the podcast. Love to get him as like Mufasa, having a conversation with Darth Vader. That'd be epic. Anyway, just a little bit of fun with that, because they're saying, oh, they're going to have first appearance Anakin Skywalker. And technically, I mean, how many people would want to get a young Anakin Skywalker? And I don't mean like the young kid from, the pod racing movie with Phantom Menace. I mean like the actual like Hayden Christensen Anakin Skywalker, who kind of did play that transition. He was an older Anakin, pretty much a Jedi Master at that point before he went to the dark side. I think that would sell pretty well, especially with that outfit he had in the second episode. And I tried one on. I tried to do a cosplay one time, but it was just really hard to move in. Anyway, those things are kind of like Marvel Mighties, but for the Crypt toys. And a lot of people are saying, oh, hey, it's the Veve killer because, they're going to be interoperable, whatever. Guys, you have videos of them from a year ago that have like 200 views on it. They don't have a lot of I hope that you do have other successful companies. Because again, if you have successful companies that bring in other people, they're going to take a look at, oh, hey, these are cool, and they're going to find their way to Veve at some point. And Veve does have the best premium digital collectibles out there. So this company's success or hopeful success in the future is only going to be helpful to Veve. You're not taking down Veve. You're not killing Veve. You're If they're able to get an audience, they did have iJustine, I think, on the actual, either in the audience or on the actual panel. I think she had retweeted that. She does a lot of stuff. She was a big YouTuber way back in the day, if anyone remembers. Hey, you can ask IJ, that little jingle that always goes in your thing. So she's been around, an internet personality, for like 15 years now. It's a really long time. But she does a lot of marketing things where a lot of companies will pay her to say, oh, hey, can you try out these headphones? Can you try out this thing and make this video for us? So I'm not 100% sure if she's actually in it. I do know she does like Star Wars. So it's possible that she does get one or two of these things, but I can guarantee you that if she likes these things, she's going to love all the stuff you have on Veve. So again, it really is just a matter of time before a bunch of these people with millions of followers go and start making videos. Some people have probably had conversations with Veve like that already. I'm not saying that this has happened, but most likely it probably has. Again, I'm just throwing that out there. Anyway, moving on. We've got two beers to that. Luke Skywalker. So Silicone Secure got the rare Luke number 888. Shout out to him for being an absolute baller, being an absolute G. Congrats to him on that. I see a Mr. Fantastic, a first appearance Mr. Fantastic. Obviously, it's a Marvel Mighty, but at 99 gems, sub 100, that's so good. And I wish I had the funds in order to get him. I'm saving for the new Marvel Mighties. And even though I probably shouldn't, again, Mr. Fantastic is a bigger character than any of the new Marvel Mighties that are going to come out, like the Guardians of the Galaxy. People love Drax, people love Rocket. Peter Quill's really cool, as the legendary Star-Lord, which he will be back in the future. I have spoilers about that. I won't really go to any spoilers really up until next week. I'll give you like a week to see the movie before I go on about spoilers. But you have this character, which not a lot of younger people are really familiar with, because he hasn't really been in that any movies. Like, he was in Doctor Strange 2, Multiverse of Madness, but he had some really big things, big character arcs and big storylines in, let's say, like Civil War or Secret Wars. So he has that. But if you're kind of just getting into it, you don't really know who he is yet. He's had a lot of crappy movies over the last 10 years. Anyway, get rid of that. Get rid of that. So somebody made a thing the other day that says, oh, hey, the amount of Darth Vaders animated, the animated Darth Vaders, 5,977 editions, and the floor of that is $480. But the Luke Skywalker animated with sound is 2,000 less than Darth Vader at 3,977, and the floor is just barely above retail. Like, I'll go to the market now and I'll take a look for y'all. It's literally 64. Ooh, it is 64 49. It's really close to that 69 level. Everyone comment nice down below with 69. But it's super, super dumb being at this level, because again, it's animated Luke with sound. Same thing again, literally the offspring of Vader, and you go and he's so much less. He's like 7 times less. Like, Vader is 7 times more than him, and I get it. He's like the baddest villain like ever. You love him, but this just doesn't seem right, in my opinion. Anyway, moving on. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. Peak fashion layer. Okay, layer 1 stuff. Not doing that. Dan Crothers having a little fun last night. Akomi Homie says, I guess since some people think Anakin and Vader are different characters, when first appearance Clark Kent, when first appearance Bruce Wayne. So Dan Crothers had gone and said a valid point, as in laughing at it. I thought that was pretty funny. He always likes to have a good time. Reverend Alice G says, shout out to the music director on Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 for including some of my all-time favorites: Faith No More, Radiohead, Beastie Boys, Earth, Wind, Fire, The Flaming Lips, etc. Mighty fine film, James Gunn, hashtag no spoilers. So obviously he's just hinting that we will probably get the announcement for the Mighties this weekend, and we'll probably just get the Mighties at some point over next week. So I would say maybe they get announced on Sunday. We'll get an article on Monday or Tuesday. We might get them on Wednesday, give or take. I may or may not switch jobs already and go to something else. I'll keep you all posted about that. But I will, if when we have the Mighties, I will probably take that day off work and just be here, and I'll be live and do that, just because it's such a big thing for me. Just because I love all of them. Anyway, made my first, going all in. Shout out to Jeremy Padower, who's posted out a tweet before saying, talking toys at Warren Buffett at the annual Berkshire Hathaway meeting. Bucket List, our company Jazzwares was acquired by Berkshire late last year. I did like a video on that. I tried to get him on the podcast for it. He's just been really, really busy with it. And this comes on the tail of yesterday or 2 days ago, him just saying, hey, if anyone says you're stupid for dreaming, they're the stupid ones. They're the ones that are going out and being jealous. By all means, if you have an idea, run with it. And he did, and he's a billionaire now. Anyway, Veve says, all right, craft update, crafting and burning mechanics is now live. Make sure to update your mobile app ahead of tomorrow's Soulstone crafting. You will have a lot of people with that. So that's the other thing that we have to go over. Thanos, is it worth it to burn? Is it worth it to craft? It really depends. Like, I know you've heard me say, never underestimate a stupid people at large. So if we take a look at some of the sets, oh my God, I can't with this freaking thing. We'll go and we'll take a look at, let's say why is I not coming up? Okay, Secret Eye of Agamotto. It's at $790. Okay, so if you want to get the battle mode Thanos, $790 has to be lit on fire. And that's just with one particular, that's just with one collectible, not including the Aether. So let's keep in the 790. And the Aether's $299. So let's just round that up to 300. That's $1,290 that you have to light on fire, not including the other ones that you have to sacrifice and craft and whatever. So I would say, and this is not even if you want to keep your set. This is if you only have one set. If you have two sets, you might want to keep one because you're going to lose MCP points. You're not going to have that particular set anymore. So this is if you just have one set. You're literally lighting on fire over $1,300 to get this. So Thanos should be at least $1,500. Why? Because if you're gonna light that much on fire and you just want to make a net profit, okay, well, what is Thanos gonna be? I mean, if he's $1,400, okay, yeah, he made $10. Not really, because you have that 8.5% sell fee. So you really want him to have about $1,500, maybe even a little more. This is stupid. This is idiotic for him to. If people are going to list below 1,500, so I would expect that. Now, how many of him are there going to be? If you take a look at it, OMI Daily Burn did a really, really good video, and the video says, okay, well, there's 1989 left because Veve has like 121 in their wallet of the secret rare Eye of Agamotto. So hashtag Taylor Swift down below for the 1989 that's left out there, minus the 400 something that's in. I think that's in like burn wallets or wallets that aren't KYC that are unable to go to this drop because either they're in not burn wallets, either they were bots and you should consider those things burn, or they have no activity in them because they're not KYC'd, which they may or may not be bots on top of that. So you have 1487. So there's less than 1,500 of these, and some people have multiple of these that they might keep. They might take a secret Eye of Agamotto and burn one and keep the other, in which case you'll have much less. So like I said, I really think there's only going to be 1,000, maybe even less than that. So we do have a super chat coming in from Wraithak saying, smash that like button, my fellow Dashy fans. He says Fashy fans, but I assume he means Dashy with a D. Thank you, Wraithak, for always feeding me the good stuff. And speaking of the good stuff, every time somebody super chats, I take a drink of the screwball. Okay, there we go. So moving on here. What else do we got? We have some. Oh my God, I'm in the wrong one. So those are mechanics. Those start tomorrow, and the airdrops are going to be on next Saturday for Thanos. So again, I don't really believe that we're going to get the loyalty article. Like I said, the reason I said that is because they're mixing MCP and OUP, and they're making loyalty. So I don't really believe that we're going to get that over the next week, just because there's so much stuff going on. We still have. I mean, we finished these two Star Wars drops, but there's going to be, I assume, at least another one. It is kind of like a Star Wars month, so I would expect at least one more drop. You do have the Marvel Mighties, do have these crafting, so I would expect for all the chaos to like kind of let go first. before they go out and put loyalty stuff. Now, how are people going to react to that? It's I know how I'm going to react to it. I'm gonna go to it. I'm gonna be like, okay, here's the stuff I love. Here's the stuff I wish they didn't add in. Here's the stuff that like I don't really see the value now, but maybe there's gonna be other stuff in the future. Part of the reason why I'm going and uh, being a little not bearish, just a little bit reining in the expectations, because even if I see some amazing things that just dwarf what was planned beforehand when you had that OMI development roadmap, which again they are changing, they are morphing into something different. So if you are still looking at that OMI development roadmap from months ago, don't. That is gone. They're coming up with something completely new and completely better. So it's just going to be until people like see it, everyone's just going to be like, oh, it's more of the same, more of the same. Because again, you did have that Veveverse trailer, and that didn't pump the price at all. So I really think that the people in the community really do need to see some action. So again, the month or this quarter, you should see that in Q3. And honestly, it doesn't really matter. I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but the OMI community could be at a standstill. There could be everyone, including me, that maybe doesn't buy more as once they list on a exchange, once they have the utility and they do some marketing, which is going to start soon. Again, David was on BB Magic's channel the other day. Shout out to her for getting all these amazing interviews. She's better than me at that. Anyway, you have this part where David goes and say, oh yeah, we just got the email saying we can start to do marketing. Now a lot of people would probably ask, oh, why does David need permission to do marketing with his company? Well, again, it might be his company, but it's other people's product that they're pushing out, so they might have had to get the go ahead and the sign off from the other company's lawyer saying, hey, don't market until the app does this, until you guys are doing X, Y, and Z. And only after that, then you have my permission to die. Sorry, that's a Bane quote from Batman. But only then do you have permission to go and do that type of stuff, such as marketing. So once you see that, again, because there are so few holders, because this is, even though it's a great community, it is fairly small. All it takes is one thing like that, one video from someone majoring, like, oh, what is this? And then boom, and you could have, like I said, they've been doing some marketing, but it's really just been with Web 2 people. Once you get the Web 3 people on board, that's where a lot of the money is. That's where a lot of people are going to go and say, oh, hey, this one influencer on Twitter or this one influencer on YouTube. Again, a lot of people really kind of want to wait for someone that they choose to lead. Even like, let's say if you're pretty inexperienced, like you want a leader, you want someone that, even if they're maybe not 100% the smartest, they at least act like they know what they're doing. I think that's how President Trump got elected. It's just to go and it's like, yeah, I'm confident, I know this. You kind of want that in a person. So when somebody says, oh, hey, I'm doing this, that's their in. That's their sign to go all in, or at least a little bit in, like a lot of people have done on Pepe, like a lot of people are going to do on Mong or MONG. So yeah, shout out to Pepe for doing that. Shout out to MONG. Again, I don't have any of those. I really wanted them, but I hecked up. So my collectibles goes out and says, just a quick heads up, Veve official, that the Learn More MCP link in the app takes you to an old Medium article. We would love to see a link to the new Veve.me site instead. And Reverend Alex G says, the team is aware. Thank you, my collectibles, always being on top of that stuff. So some more stuff from Veve Feed saying the top 4 rising collectibles on the 4th of May, it's gonna be May, is the Avengers number 80 True Believer variant. You had Big Barda that was up 87%. I don't know why, but maybe it was partially delistings, partially somebody just coming in saying, oh, hey, this is super undervalued, because there are only like 1,000 of her. There's really not that much of her. She's really, really cool. I really like her. Not as popular as Starfire. I think Starfire is probably the better bet, but either way, both of them I think are really good. There's not a ton of them. You have the Star Wars 1977 special edition variant, the comic, and then the Hero for Hire number 1 vintage variant. And then on top of that, for the secondary market brands, you just have Return of the Jedi, obviously that Luke Skywalker brand that had 2,585 secondary market sales. The Marvel Mighties had 237, which again, the second day in a row of being on that list. The first day after Alex had said, yeah, protect the Mighties at all costs, it had almost 700 purchases like in the secondary market from one to the other. Fantastic Four had 161, and Disney Golden Moments had 141, then making a little bit of a comeback. Okay, so the average wallet rankings update, if you're in the top 10, as in like the top 10 wallets of having 9,685 tokens in your wallet, comment all your Vegeta memes down below of it's over 9,000, was an additional 198 moving average up. The top 100 was only an additional 7. to bring it up to 2,378. The top 500, if you want to get in, is 1,096. So I think I have a little over 1,100. I might be in the top 450 still, but a lot of people are really taking my idea of buying these cheap comics, doing whatever. I kind of had to stop that. So I was in the top 450 at one point. I think tomorrow when Noldor Live posts it, I might be out of the top 450 just because I've been spending way too much on OMI. Like I said, I bought like 3 million OMI last week. I'm going to try to buy another 2 next week, and I need to save for the mighty. So there's a lot of stuff that I need to buy. So being in that top 400 or 500, whatever, isn't really as big of a thing to me as it was a few weeks ago. So once after this happens, and I still need to try to buy another logo. I still need to try to do that because that's going to be big. Now, a lot of people are saying, I was talking about some of the best deals on Veve. Okay, I went over a couple of the sub 100s. That partner statue at like $2,500 is stupid. And it's like, oh, well, Chavez, if you think it's so stupid, why don't you have one? Because that's not my bag, baby. Can I quote Nick Fury at the end of Avengers 2012 says, I was putting my chips on something even riskier. And he was talking about the Avengers in that quote. And my thing will be Veve, because I mean, again, most people in the world have zero idea who Veve is. 99.9% of people in the world have no idea what Veve is. They will, but not now. Most people in the world, 99% of people know who Mickey Mouse is. So you have that, really broad spectrum there. And when you go and you take a look at it and you say, oh, hey, what are they gonna, when they come in the app, what are they gonna buy? First appearance of Mickey Mouse and partner statue? Or are they gonna buy a Veve logo where they have no idea they barely even know what Veve is? Again, if you're kind of in the know and you kind of know what Veve, and especially if you know that Telegram group, you're gonna buy one because of that. But that's probably only after you buy a couple of the other grails. Like you're going to want the Riso, you're going to want the Todd, you want the Secret Rare Spider-Man, the MC1, a bunch of the Grail comics. And then you're also going to want, obviously, the Walt on top of that as well. But again, that Veve logo is a little bit more niche. But, if you expect Veve to be a super, super powerhouse of a company in the future, and it's well on its way to being, you're probably going to want that as well. Anyway, moving on. Rankings, secondary. All right. So we have secondary market sales. For the fourth, we're up 16.8%. The amount of collectibles were up 96%, just because it was such a big day with Luke. That's why you had a bunch of people doing some cross trades. Comics were down 19.3% because everyone, and we even had a Tarzan one yesterday as well. So we had the Tarzan drop, which is the fourth drop in that particular series. So you rounded that off. You had the Thrawn comic today, which I really thought was going to do a lot better. Only made about $25,000. I went over that a little bit before. Yeah, and those finally we have over 1 million gem sales this week. We haven't had that for like over a month. We used to have that every single month. There were weeks where we had like millions of gems purchased each week, as in multiple millions, like plural. We're still averaging over 1 million gems sales per week, but it's just the last couple or several weeks they haven't had that, just because the sentiment's been so poor in the community. But obviously, with a bunch of the stuff that they've been dropping, it makes sense that we went back over. And then we have, all right, so Brock McBlockchain says, Hoodis, $20 for a sub 100. There's another for like 38. So, and he was talking about, oh God, who did these? I think it was Frank Kozik. Yeah, I think that K stands for Kozik. So obviously, when you do have all of these amazing artists on the app, you don't know which one's going to blow up. You don't know which one's like, oh, hey, this is just the beginning. And you also don't know which one's, oh, hey, you've kind of already seen its peak. Like the highlight of their career was when they got on Veve, and there's really no room to go up. But again, you do have a lot of people where they're like, oh, this is just the start. And it's really kind of impossible to tell. I really do like the Brett Crawford one. I really do like, I mean, there's a bunch that I like. The Luke Chu ones are really cool. I'm not saying that just because he's a friend. I really do love his. There's a whole bunch of them that I'm going to get in the future. I really like the Gary Basement stuff, and I really like the who has some of the other art that I really like. They're like the paintings, and it's the cat with like a is it Brian Viveros? I think Brian Viveros. Those ones are really cool as well. They speak to me. I did that. Okay, and that's it. I know I've been talking for about 30 minutes, so let me go and get to comments and all that. Thank you so much. Wes, what's going on? Thank Daddy Chavez with the alpha. Always with the alpha. JP Tree says, heck Pepe. ETH with not financial advice. Yep. I mean, Pepe's still cool. I like him. He's like the OG meme, like the sad frog. Like, oh, feels bad, man. Love him. Bill Gardner saying, how about those Infinity Stone prices? Just sold an orb for 128, still holding 3 Aether, waiting for the right moment. Actually, I didn't even think about the orb. So 1,200 plus the 120. Yeah, it's like 1,350 that you're lighting on fire. So Thanos probably gonna be like $1,600, unless people are just stupid and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna burn $1,400 worth of product to sell the Thanos for $800. I will have to take a break. I will have to like not show up on YouTube for like a week if I did that, just because that's so ridiculous. Anyway, Bill Gardner saying, I just read that. Bill Gardner's secret rare Ivago was 770. I think it was 790 by the time I went and checked that out, which is heckin' bananas. Let me go and check that out again. Agamotto. Secret rare. Yeah, 790. God damn. Smarty Pants saying, what's good? What's going on, Smarty Pants? Congrats to you for being an awesome person and other things as well. The hot dog cart people says, we love you, Randy, and hot dogs. You know what, the hot dog cart people, let's get you on the podcast. How about Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? The hot dog cart people will be on the podcast. I'm really, really excited for that. They're going to be really fun. Do I have anything tomorrow? I don't think I do. I'm going to go. I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. I have so many things that I could do, but I don't have anything that I think he just went. Okay, hold on. Yes, I did just go live. Saying OMI. Yep. I am live. Wanna come on? Let's see if we can get someone to come on. This was no accident. Now it's over. All right, hold on. Copy link. Okay. The person I'm talking to, I don't know if I'll say his name, but just he has made Veve songs in the past, and or OMI songs specifically. He's really good. Really love it. Lord of the Realms says, can't wait to get the final stone tomorrow. My body is ready for the gauntlet. I want to see people like having the gauntlet like on their hand. I want to see them doing weird stuff with Thanos. It's gonna be hysterical. Don Sparko NFT says, yo, hey. How's it going? Oh, so Sergio collects. I'm gonna get him on the podcast at some point too. And the reason why, let me go and take a look at his post. So Sergio Rodriguez says, hey, community, I've just joined the Ethereum team as the company's head of community. At Eternity, they're looking to bring you quality digital collectibles. So basically, he goes on, and I don't think that he's going to necessarily leave all of the Veve stuff. It's just that, hey, doing all this work for free, not getting paid, and there's other companies that are clearly willing to go and pay you. I have no issue with that. I mean, you got to get that bread. You've worked really hard. And I think that is the purpose, right? To do something that you really love and then also get paid for it. I just think that's something that's really cool. And shout out to him for being able to do that and get that bread. Anyway, we've got Smarty Pants says, how many tens of millions of MCP points does Dr. Profit have? LOL. Has he shown his totals? I'm not sure if he's shown it publicly. Hold on one second here. This was no accident. Where is the? Oh God, where he? I know he posts. I don't think it was a post. I don't think it's public. But yeah, he does have millions of MCP points. So yeah, it's really fun to see. I'll ask him if I can share that. Oh me, oh my, saying Randy in the house. Yo, what up? How's it going, fam? D Supreme says they limit Thrawn purchases to 10. I don't know how many people have 10 secret rare Ivagomotos anyway. So I would. Oh, the Thrawn. Oh, I thought you said Thanos. I think it was 12. Or unless they had a different view, because I know a whale that had bought 12 of them. Unless he had bought 10 on the market and then 2 on the secondary. Maybe that's what he had meant. I'm not 100% sure. Unless it just glitched and they happened to let him buy 12. Oh God, I'm dying. Okay. If they limit the Thrawn purchases to 10, then that could be why he didn't make a ton, because whales couldn't eat as much as they wanted to. Bill Gardner saying an MCP points went up from 177,000 to 570,000. Nice, you're at a 500,000. Get that bread. Empty Hero says, you realize that the Veve feed had already said it would show account merges until the account merges were done. I did not realize he had said that. It just made a thing that said, oh, hey, this just sold. So I just feel like the language should have been a little bit better if they didn't want to go, and if they wanted to go and actually have a difference between merged and the sold. Anyway, Bill Gardner says, I didn't have multiple accounts. But yeah, I think it was just an update that they had. All right, cool. Skinny Pete says, hey, Randy and Dashy and fam. Oh, why, hello, Skinny Pete. How are you doing? Oh, also, before I get, I don't know why Skinny Pete reminded me of this, but before I get, hold on 1 second. Yay. All right, so before I get into that, link down to Stealing Manhattan. It is a book made by Paul Bearer. I keep saying Paul Bearer. I need to find this. Let me go to the link real quick. And now it's over. All right, so it is a book. Hang on a second, and I'll show you the link real quick. The link is down below, but it is by Burl Bearer and Pavle Stanomarovich, and we all know him as Punch. And it's a really good book, and it's going to be an even better movie for lots of reasons. Hey, Demi.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Are you in a gym?
No, I'm at work.
Oh, wait, what's behind you?
Look. Okay, hold on. You ready? Okay.
Okay. I thought that was like you sit down and then like a leg press. I thought that's what.
Oh, yeah. No. Yeah. No gym for me right now.
Okay, so how is the do you have the hot topic of the day is the crafting and the secret rare out of Agamotto and Thanos?
Yes.
What are you doing?
You know, I was actually on the phone with our friend in California, a friend of mine, and we were having this discussion, and I am probably going to craft.
Mm-hmm.
We were having the discussion on, is it going to be worth keeping them after this or not? And there's probably going to be not any use for them afterwards. So I'm going to be selling all my extras, and I'll probably craft. So that's probably what I'm going to do. Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to get that secret rare Thanos, that battle one.
Yep.
Most likely he'll go for like $1,200-$1,500. But if he does go, like if he skyrockets and he goes to like 2,500, is that something that you would sell?
I would probably sell so I can get a logo.
Nice.
Because I really want a logo, so I would probably sell. If it moons, yeah, I probably would.
Okay, so that would, all right, I would understand that. At what price point? Is it like it has to reach logo price for you to do it, or is like, oh, I can make up the difference?
It would probably be, I'd probably have to see how the market's doing. You know, if it's, I mean, because you never know what's going to do. It could moon and the next day it goes down 1,000. You just don't know. So I'm just going to take it day by day, I think.
That's a fair point. So you had told me.
Oh, look at! I got to show you my shirt. Hold on. Look at my shirt. Everybody, look! Gotta love my shirt. Sorry, I just had to show it off.
The language is offensive.
I know. Thank goodness I'm not saying it, and you guys are reading it.
That is true.
Okay.
So you had a OMI scare the other day.
Oh shit! I still have the OMI scare. I haven't fixed it yet.
Oh, so I thought they reached out and said
so this is what I did. So everybody knows. I bought 1.5 million OMI, and I use Bitforex, and I keep all of my coins on a hard wallet. And so, except for the ones that I have in the app, but basically they're all on a hard wallet. And so I went to transfer my coins from Bitforex to my Trezor, and I know, because I've done it multiple times, and I know I switched the, you have to pick GoChain or ERC20, and I know I clicked it, but the mouse must have not, something happened with the mouse or something, because it went over to my Trezor on the GoChain network, which Trezor doesn't support. And I reached out to, I sent a support. I sent support tickets to everywhere. I sent it to Trezor. I sent it to Veve. I even sent something to GoChain to see if they would be able to help me to figure out how to get it back. I was very lucky that I actually talked with somebody on the Veve team. They never have dealt with the Trezors, but they sent me information to potentially get it back, not to freak out. And then today I got information from Trezor on exactly how to do it, which I have to connect my Trezor to my MetaMask wallet.
Yeah.
And I always say that I'm not tech savvy because I'm really not. Even though I can buy stuff on exchanges and stuff, I can figure that out. So I'm going to work on it. I'm going to go to my girlfriend's house who is into crypto, and we're going to try to figure it out together on Sunday. And if we can't figure it out, then she's got a friend that's really into all of it too. So I'm going to get it back. It's just a matter of when.
Okay, cool. All right. So you're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel though. And basically
well, yeah,
the story is
be careful.
And do ERC20, not GoChain.
Yeah. Don't do GoChain, which we should all know. Why that option is even still there, I don't even know, because we're not even on GoChain anymore. But they still have that option on there. And so it was a misstep, but it's a learning experience. Thank goodness it's not $1,000 learning experience, but it is what it is. Got to figure it out.
And you did get a little more OMI just after that, right?
Oh yeah, I bought another 1 million OMI this morning.
Nice.
Yeah.
So what are you up to now?
With the OMI that is in limbo, I'm at 4, 5, almost 7 million.
Nice.
Almost 7. Yeah.
Awesome.
So, I want to get I got little goals. I'm not the 200 million like a friend of mine is, but my first goal is 10. Then we'll go up to 15. I'll get there as long as the prices are like this. It's just a matter of time of getting there. I bought the OMI this morning when I got off work. I got home about 3:30 this morning, and I got it at less than what I got the 1.5 million for the other day. So I got the 1.5 million at 00061, I think, and I got this other million at close to it was like 604 or something like that. So I'm still happy with it.
Legit. Do you have any OMI on the app?
I have 1 million.
Nice.
Yeah, just 1 million, and I haven't transferred any more over yet because I'm just going to wait until I accumulate more, because I don't want to pay have to deal with bridging and all that. If I'm going to do that, I want to do it once. So I'm just trying to accumulate more, and then before the staking starts, that's when I'll figure out how to get it over. Because when I put the 1 million on there, it was when I had it on. I had my OMI on the Trust wallet at the time, and so when I was moving everything, I did it right before the gas fees and stuff. So I just put the 1 million that I had over there, and then I just been accumulating since then.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I've been trying to. That's what I've been exclusively doing, is trying to buy people's OMI. So I haven't really been buying from the market. I haven't been really causing any of those green candles. I've just been buying from people's Veve apps.
Well, and I would love to do that too. Just to get more on the app, I would love to be able to do it, but I'm not. And I noticed that people are posting it now on the Facebook feeds that they're willing to do it. I wonder who they got that from. Yeah, so people are putting it out there now. I wonder. Yeah, they're getting the ideas from.
I always tell the truth, to my detriment, to my downfall, because now everyone's going to want to do it. I did the same thing with the comics. Oh, hey guys, I'm just buying these $2 comics in order to get top 500. Now there's no comic under 250. No,
actually, I just bought because I look all the time, because I was doing the same thing. That's how I've gotten. I think I'm at 1175 now total between the two. But sometimes you'll still get them. So before I came into work, I picked up 4 that were 210 or less.
Nice.
Yeah. So, but you have to get them right when they're on there, because they're going to be gone. So you have to just check. Yeah. So, so my question for you is: do you have what are you doing with the Infinity Stoves? Because I just got on. I didn't hear you earlier.
Oh, I sold mine, most of mine. If I were to go and have, because the other ones, like the Scepter and the Tesseract, they're below retail, so I'm not going to sell them below retail. And they are still full sets. You are still getting MCP points from that. So
right.
I might as well.
Yeah, I just listed my extra ether that I had. I listed that for 400 just to see. Because I can change it if it doesn't go. And then I just listed my my orb. I have two orbs. I think I have 2 extra orbs because once the I think that once the crafting is all done, the prices are going to go down. You know, and so I want to take advantage. And if I don't, I mean, yeah, you get the MCP points, but I can buy cheaper comic than keep it on there. So if I can make some gems and not have to worry about it, I'd rather do that.
Yeah. No, I feel you. I would have I mean, I literally sold like just before I started to moon. So I was like, oh,
I know. Well, I sold one of my orbs. The orbs are like at when I before, yeah. And I had sold one at 45 just so I could get some gems. I'm like, damn, I wish I would have waited on that one.
Yeah, I didn't know about it, so I sold it like 80. I was like, oh, nice, $80. You know, go and do that. But well,
that's because you have an addiction with the Mighty Marvels. Yeah, you know.
So,
yeah.
I mean, the addiction in general is Veve and OMI. Like the outside of food and every now and then a little bit of alcohol. I don't do anything. Like I was supposed to go like on a trip recently that I didn't go on, and it would have been a really fun time. But just because, oh hey, I spent a little too much buying OMI. I spent a little too much on, and it's just it's like this is a big addiction, and it'll pay off at some point. But.
It is, and that's just like with me. I'm I have some situations coming up, so I have to start putting some money in the bank because I'm going to have to take some time off work. And but then I go and buy buy another million OMI. So I have the same addiction. So we're good.
Yeah, we can enable each other. Like, no, it's fine. It's fine.
Right.
It's like it's like 2 best friends. Like, no, he's good for you. It's okay. You go with him. You go and
Yeah. No, absolutely. So, sorry to do this, hon, but I have to go because I got to clock into work. I got 3 minutes. So I will talk to you soon.
Go. All right, go get
All right, talk to you soon. Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah. So that was fun. Where was I? Oh, Gardner saying what up. Vivi Wheels saying what up, homie. Yo, what up, Wheels? How's it going, fam? Gabe Vincent says, Randy, bought another million OMI up to 16 million. Congrats, brother. I'm really, really happy for everyone that's stacking down here. And again, where does it go in the short term? I have zero idea. Where does it go in long term? I have a very good idea. But it was just brought to my attention today that, oh, hey, we do just to get to all-time highs, where the only thing that we had was really OMI to gem. And again, that OMI to gem, which I don't know how many people don't realize this, but that OMI to gem, what was happening, you was taking your OMI, you were using it to buy gems. That OMI was being burned, and Veve was making no revenue. If that were to keep up, Veve would have been bankrupt within the month. Excuse me, they would have been bankrupt within the month, and we wouldn't have gotten to anything. This was all in early 2021. Anyway, that was just with that, and we had, I think we had a Bitcoin pairing as well, but we had like 126 million in volume, like in one day, which normally doesn't happen. So, I mean, normally we never get a million in volume. So if you go and you take a look at what is coming, and then the exchanges that we can get, and it's not just going to be like these crappy ones. Yeah, all-time highs seem fairly easy to do. Probably next year. Are we going to be this year? No, so this year is still more of a building year, and we'll have a little bit of movement after it. But yeah, it's going to be super exciting to go and see what people get. That's why I have no issue stacking down here. Like even though like nobody wants it to moon more than me. Maybe there's one group of whales that I kind of know that they might want it to moon a little bit more. They've been hodling for the better part of 5 years. So it's a lot. They definitely want it more than I do. But I also have no issue stacking down here for the next 5 months. So we'll see. Bill Gardner says, awesome, Gabe. Blue Storm says, the biggest gainers in 2021. OMI was 15,034%, Gala at 10,891%, and Axis at 10,598%, with Axis being the winner. Smarty Pants says, OMI Daily Burn also posted his vid with breakdown of what stones and so forth are active versus inactive wallets, and the available secret rare Eye of Agamotto is only 1,600 or so. And that's assuming that everybody wants to burn all of their secret rare Eye of Agamottos, as in there'd be none left, which I really doubt. I think that you still probably going to have like 400 or 500 secret rare Eye of Agamottos. I still think so. You'll probably have, like I said, maybe 1,000. And some people that have maybe a secret rare, maybe they don't have the rest, maybe they're not going to craft, but I just don't see the Secret Rare Eye of Agamotto falling below 400 in circulation unless Thanos is that powerful. If that does happen, I might actually grab one on the way down after there's no utility for it anymore. I think that'd just be dope. And thank you, Raythex, so much for the super chat. Like $20 for smash that like button, my fellow Dashy fans, or Fashy fans, but I think I know what you mean. Thank you so much for that. Cheers, mate. Omi Oh My says, it's actually quite weird how we haven't gone mainstream yet in the same way Decentraland has. I mean, is Decentraland mainstream? I mean, it is a bit more well known just because it already does have a working metaverse and it does have that token attached to it. It is listed as a metaverse token. So that's why it does get a little bit of attention from everyone else. It is on major exchanges as well. You don't really have OMI having on major exchanges. OMI right now, I don't think could be listed as a utility token. It would just be listed as like a meme coin, a crap coin. But again, that will change definitely by Q4. And also at that point, you might even see Veveverse. I know the Veveverse has been really, really delayed just because it's very, very complex. I think Cavernous is the only one that's actually going to be able to say, oh, hey, you can play in Unity Engine. You can play on Unreal Engine 5. They're the only ones I think that's able to achieve this. So it is really complex. It is going to be worth the wait. Trust me on that. But when that does happen, we won't just be listed as a utility token. It will be a metaverse token. So we will get a bunch of those big gains. It's just going to take several more months. But again, they'll happen. And that several more months is just a guess. They could have something in Q3 or even Q2 for us, which I'd be really surprised at. But again, anything is possible. NFT Hero says, if they focused a bit more on the token, more people would come in from the crypto space and buy the NFTs, in my opinion. Yeah, agreed, 100%. That's why I really wish they wouldn't, like, articles on Vanity Fair is nice. Articles about Lambo and all this stuff is fun. But again, they're really only marketing to the Web 2 people right now. Once they're able to market to Web 3, it's going to be really, really cool. Really can't wait for that. But obviously, the masses are in Web 2. And again, you don't really want to go and advertise these as NFTs. You want to go and advertise them as the premium digital collectibles. It makes it more fun. Omi, oh my. And you know what you really need? You really need Crypto Far West. And you need Crypto Far West and Rothrein to make a video together. Rothrein being Metaverse Life. You need them to make a video together, to make one super viral, to go and say, oh, hey, this is really dope. And if you do that, the combination of their Fusion Ha, it's going to be, oh God, this token would pop. Like I've said that joke way too many times. Anyway, Omi Omai says, yeah, well, that's how Veve originally started to take off. People heard of it through Omi mainly. That's true. They go in there, they say, oh, you're going to be able to use Omi to buy all this stuff. Let me buy all of it right now. Watching through chatting in the comments, appreciate but on the public type. All good, all good. Thanks for the invite. Yeah. Okay. All right. I just meow at people in real life and online. It's sickness. Omi Omai says Frank Kozak is the first artist to have done an actual Veve collab. It's at Veve. Are they? I think Rockmith Blockchain had it when the Veve logo, at least one of the first Veve logos that was on the blockchain, was on technically on Polygon, those NFTs that he used. But anyway, he used those for Feeshes. You could have those in your Feesh tank. You can have an octopus in your Feesh tank. Those are some of the best. Omar Sajid says, good evening. Oh, good evening, Omar. Cosmos A says, Omi on the last bull run peaked at $4.3 billion market cap. Where do you think will be the next market cap? I would say with zero burns, you could be at 31 billion. But again, that's zero burns. We're obviously going to have billions, if not tens of billions of burns by the next bull run. So we'll see what happens with that. Omi Oh My says at NFT Hero, they will eventually, bull market will be fun. Agreed. Bull market will be dope AF. Carl R says, should I burn the Secret Rare Eye of Agamotto? I don't know. If you want the Thanos, sure, do it. If you want the Thanos, I think that'd be really cool. I don't know what type of hit this would take, though. I shall. I will. I totally will. Okay, moving on. I really hope you're right. Meow, meow, meow. I was at Cosmos, the last bull run, I think we peaked at around $1.7 billion market cap. I think the token unlocks make it seem higher, though. Oh, yeah, that's true. We not all of the tokens were unlocked at that point, which is another really bullish thing about OMI, is that all the token unlocks have already been done. And again, if you take that 310 billion that we are right now, you really should minus about 60 billion of that, because that does belong to Dan and David. David's already a billionaire. Dan, I think, is pretty close. I'm pretty sure he's in the 9 figures. So again, you don't really need to go and sell any of the OMI at right now, because again, their OMI is worth like what, $18 million. If you have 30 billion each, the token is exceedingly low right now. So you really don't want to go and say, oh yeah, I'm going to sell some now down here, when they have a ton of money just from the company and their past successes. Again, Veve isn't like this isn't their first foray into success. They've had nothing but success the last 20 or 30 years or so. So this is just something that they go and that's just added bonus to it. But again, obviously, if the token rises, hey, suddenly their net worth goes up by a lot. Anyway, moving on. Me too. I don't know if you should burn that. Burn secret rare Agamotto. It's so hard. I would say, if you want, I can't really give financial advice. What do you think would be cooler? The animated secret rare Eye of Agamotto, or the gems, or the using that to get the Thanos, like grabbing that to get the gauntlet, the power. Like I said, I don't think there'll be a ton of him. I think there might be 1,000. Who knows? Carl R says, I definitely have Thanos over the secret rare eye, probably, or sell it right now for 800. Yeah, I mean, again, just because it's listed at 790, I think if you listed at 775, it may or may not sell. Yeah, try at 775 if you want to sell. Who dis? Freeze, Border Patrol, playing Happy Cinco de Mayo. Oh, that's great. That is great. Oh yeah, so obviously happy Revenge of the 5th, and then happy Cinco de Mayo as well. Comment down below what you're all doing this weekend. I will go live tomorrow at some point. I'll go and I think I need to do so much stuff though. I will keep you all posted. I do need to work a little bit, so I'll keep everyone. I'll go live for a few more minutes just be able to go and reach that hour mark, and then I might do something tonight. I don't know. Comment down below if I should do something. I'm going to. Okay, no, I have no more comments on the YouTube thing. Let's go over some stuff that I think is undervalued, shall we? Let's shall. I still don't have the MSHP back. It's annoying. All right, let's see what we got here. I'm just going to do the Marvel Mighties just because. I'm going to go through some of the stuff that I think is really valuable. So we'll go secret rare alligator Loki first. Let's see the floor on that. That is $199. That is exceedingly low. I would definitely not sell down here. I would totally buy down here though if I had more gems. Like if there was OMI to NFT and OMI was a little bit higher, I'd totally buy a little bit down here. Van Flagstrom, what's going on? Vivi Wheels says, hey Randy, I just picked up a secret rare loot, 234 for 609 gems. Amazing. Epic. There's 234 good mint. Yeah, a lot of people really like those ascending mints. And just a secret rare Luke is a secret rare Luke in general. So I wouldn't say that that's a bad purchase at all. Like, let me go and take a look at the secret rare. Where's he at? Okay, there we go. Secret rare. You picked a secret rare Luke for 609? How the heck did you get that? Because that must have been a really quick purchase, because the floor now is 719. So you already made money on that. Even if you just sold it for $700, you already made money on that. And honestly, I think some of the sub 100s are undervalued for this as well, because you can get a sub 100 for like $1,000, $1,000. You actually get it for $966.66. That is super cheap. A lot of the other ones you can get for 1,100, give or take, 1055, 1,000, 1,200. I think two of my favorite ones are the number 69. Everyone comment nice down below with the 69 because it's $3,000. And then you can get a number 44 for 2K. You can get a number. All right, so let me repeat that. You can get a number 44 for 2K. I think that's really good, because the number 42 and number 43 were ones that had gone on. And oh, hey, White Rabbit, thank you so much sending me a $5 hair cash app for a shot. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah. That felt really, really good. Oh, epic. Tell me, I'm going tomorrow. My friend's seeing Guardians of the Galaxy tonight, and I'm going tomorrow. Yeah, so anyway, that Luke Skywalker is this is a grail. Like, I'll just go over all of the Lukes right now. That number 44, I think, is really good. The number 42 and 43 had sold for 15 and 1,600 gems, respectively. That number 41, I'm pretty sure, had sold for well over 2K. We don't really have confirmation on that, though. And the number 46, I don't know how she got this, but she got it for like $800-900. But yeah, that number 44 is the only one that is sub 50 that's under $3,000. So I think that's really good. I would totally get that one if I had the choice. And again, even though I like the 69 number better, there's not 100% of people that would really like that. They would much rather a sub 50, but I just think that a 69, because it's a meme number, should be rated at what a sub 50 is. Anyway, that's the secret rare. We'll go to the ultra rares. I think this one is pretty undervalued as well. Kind of the oddball, but it is $150 per Luke. We'll take a look at the sub 100. You can get a sub 100 for $220. And oh man, this guy Andy 189. He has a lot of good deals. Has the number 69 for $469. That's really cool. But again, you can get a normal sub 100 for $220, and a sub 50. The cheapest is $699. Or yeah, sub 50, the cheapest is $699. And then you have, that number 69 is $469. That's really, really good. So I'm really excited about that. And then you have, again, that rare, the one that I think is criminally undervalued. Even though it is above retail, it's still, in my opinion, undervalued. There's not too many of them. But if we take a look, we have, you can get one for $300. And that's the lowest that you can get it is. The cheapest sub 100 is $300. The cheapest sub 50 is $989. And that's number 42, but yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot. Anyway, I'll get to the comments real quick before I go on the rest of my rant. JP Tree says, what do you think about Paul Barron's NFT platform scorecard, if you've seen it? Yeah, hang on one second. Okay, so at the 2-minute mark, Paul Barron goes and says that he's recoiling away from Veve and dumping his collectibles on Veve. So Paul Barron, I don't know if he's purposely doing that just to try to FUD the market to get in cheaper, or if he's deciding, oh, hey, yeah, I just didn't do my research and it's a really good idea to lock in these losses. That has got to be the most idiotic thing I've ever seen. Anyway, again, I don't know exactly the research that was done, but it was probably piss poor research if you think that now's the best time to sell. I mean, for a channel with 500,000 subscribers and you're only getting like 5,000 to 10,000 views per video, I mean, and again, if you take a look at all of the breakdowns of the ratings that he ranked every single Animoca brand higher than Veve. Are you fucking kidding me? Excuse my language, but fucking stupid. Anyway, says, I agree 100% with it, but go out and enjoy the weather and smash a bottle of Jameson or just go out and hang. So listen, I do not agree with that 100% clearly. I will say that, does Veve have things it needs to fix? Absolutely. Should they go and pay more attention to the OMI token? I'm a little biased, but yes, absolutely. And if you go and you have I don't know, think about it long term. Like, why would you fold a winning hand? Why would you lock in losses and sell stuff now? I mean, that seems kind of silly. If you want to go and say, hey, I bought it down here and now it's up here, or I have this thing, even though I'm locking in a loss, I'm getting this thing, which is going to move a lot higher. I understand that, but to dump all of your collectibles on Veve, to go away from that, that's pretty silly in my opinion. Anyway, Skinny Pete says 69. Oh, thank you. Oh my says, when is the first iteration of Veve expected? So you actually have the first iteration of Veve over at in beta right now. But again, there's very few people that have it. They will roll out every couple of weeks. They'll get a little bit more, a little bit more. So you probably won't. Everybody will have beta Veveverse or the Veveverse in Q3 at some point. It's just not going to be for a couple months, just because again, they have a couple of things that have never been achieved. And Cavernous is really, really good at that. Cavernous is a really, really valuable company. I really wish they would be a public company so I could buy some stock in them. I 100% would, just because this feed is kind of incredible. And Paul Barron is sponsored by Anim. Oh, well, that makes sense. That 100% makes sense. Again, money talks. Look who is. If you want to know, like, again, let's say I was a news company. I was a company like that. and we're going to take this political for a second, and we go and we say, oh, hey, I'm sponsored by Old Spice deodorant, right? Let's just make pretend that I'm sponsored by Old Spice, and I say, hey, everyone, there is this whole thing out there called body odor, and you need Old Spice. You need that, or else nobody's going to want to boink you. No woman's going to want to be with you. You're going to lose respect at work. Your social circle is going to be limited. You're going to be ostracized if you don't get Old Spice. You're going to be ostracized if you, and there are other versions. Maybe there's, there's high endurance. Maybe there's degree. You get one of them. But if you don't get any of them, you're going to be ostracized. You're going to be, people are going to tar and feather you in the street. And then you find out, oh, hey, I'm actually being paid and sponsored by Old Spice, by all these deodorant companies. You're thinking like, oh, that makes sense. Why is he doing that? Again, follow the money. Me, obviously not sponsored by anyone. You do have a couple of people that probably could say, hey, Randy, go do this video. Like you had someone super chat me the other day saying, hey, can you make a bullish OMI video? And I made a 27-minute OMI. I didn't have to do that. I wasn't sponsored by it. It was just a super chat, and I thought it'd be a nice thing to do. If you want me to do a video and you want to pay me large amounts of money, we could do that. Anyway, JP Tree says, no, not the selling part and ditching it, but the scorecard of what can improve. Oh, okay, yeah. Veve totally needs to improve on. Well, yes, Veve does need to improve its app, in certain sections. But as a company, I really just think more focus on the OMI token, just more marketing in general. And again, I know you don't want to market until you have a better product. I understand that. As just, if there's something that I'm going to improve, it's going to be that. Kind of like, all right, in the Air Force, what is the main thing that you're supposed to do in the Air Force? Well, the main mission of the Air Force is to protect the skies and go and let the planes fly. Every single job in the Air Force is centered around the aircraft flying. I don't care if you're services and you're serving food. Why do you need to serve food? So you can feed the pilots, so they can go and have the planes fly. So you can feed the maintenance workers so they could work on the planes so the aircraft can fly. So you can feed the people like me that has worked on and around the aircraft so we can get the cargo and passengers on the aircraft so the aircraft can fly and get to its destination. The same way with, I would say, oh, hey, this is the same exact thing. Go and focus on marketing for the token. How do you do that? Okay, well, we can't do that unless we improve the app. Okay, how do we improve the app? Well, we can't do that unless we get some devs. And how do we do that? Okay, we need to spend a lot of money. How do we spend a lot of money? Okay, you need to improve the drop system and you need to improve. So again, all of it should be focused eventually in one point or another on marketing for the token or marketing for this in general in some way. And again, they're just working on the other stuff first. It's like a video game. Oh, hey, go get a sandwich from the shop. And then the shop owner says, oh, I'll give you a sandwich if you go and get me a newspaper. And then you go to the newspaper guy and it's like, oh, hey, I'll give you a newspaper if you go and get me a bike voucher, et cetera, et cetera. It's just like a video game. Wallace King says, love this game, bro. Oh, I love it too. I love this game. Kushni says, should have degened into Pepe last week. I should have done it when I first saw it 2 weeks ago, but I did not because I'm an idiot. Like I remember one, or I'm not even gonna go through that reference because that's oh wow. Well, I have other. All right, here we go. Here we go now. I have other another shot. Hold on. From the White Rabbit. Anyway, so we're gonna go and do that for Mr. White Rabbit. That was a Lord of the Rings reference. Anyway, that Lord of the Rings reference is just when like Legolas is holding his bow, Aragorn's holding his sword, Gimli's got an axe that he's about to throw. Anyway, what I'm gonna do is go back over some of these, and thank you, Mr. White Rabbit. I'm gonna go back over some of the rest of these things that I think are undervalued. We'll go take a look at the Veve logo real quick, and we've got $33.99, so about 3,400. It's not really a thin floor. 3,400, 3,400, 3,800, 4,300. So again, 3 have to be bought. So about $1,300, 13.5, 13.6, $1,360. I'm sorry, $13,600 have to be spent just for it to go up about $1,000. And it's just, granted, just whales could just buy this each randomly. Just throwing that out there. I don't think it'll moon anytime soon, unless we have added utility, unless they announce, oh, hey, we're going to, this Comic-Con, we're going to this event, and you're going to have, some Veve stuff there. Anyway, Modoc Secret Rare. I never really thought much of Modoc, especially when he was only at like $21, and then he shot up to $37. Like, oh, goddamn. I think he is the cheapest Marvel Mighty Secret Rare. The sub 100s, I don't think are anything to write home about. $87 for that, so he's not really a ton. The Black Panther Shuri is really, really good in my opinion. It's $199 for her. Oh god, $199 for her at the floor. But then the first sub 100 that you get isn't like number 68 or number 72. It's number 45. It's a sub 50 for $299. It's literally only a 1.5 X factor. It's literally only up 50% for a sub 50. That should minimum be $400 in my opinion, but you can get it for $300. And there are no other. All right, there's a number 41 for 10K, which obviously nobody's buying. But yeah, that is super, super special. And I would totally get it. But I already have two Shuri Black Panthers, and they're both sub 100, and I don't really need that. I don't really have the gems for that. Yeah, I took two shots. Skinny Pete. I'll show you the meow Randy. Yep, I took the two shots. It was good. Nom 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 nom. Now it's over. Sorry, I don't know why that Avril Lavigne song is stuck in my head. The She-Hulk one, I don't know if I could say too much on this because I do have one of her listed, so I don't really want to pump my bags too much. But if I go for the floor price, yeah, it's not really a thin floor either. Oh yeah, and my number 95 is listed at 200. So if the floor is 143, you just have to add an extra $42 and you get a sub 100. You can get a number 60 for 185. I think that's really, really good. That's really good. I don't want to do it. I mean, I want to do it because again, She-Hulk in general, the secret rare, there's only 500 of her. So, and then you have to take away 90 because that's what Veve and Marvel keep. So there's actually only 410. She's actually very, 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 very scarce. Why I still value Secret Rare Alligator Loki over her is because the Secret Rare Alligator Loki is animated. It does have sound. It moves. And the Secret Rare She-Hulk does not. It's her ultra rare animated version pose is the one that has that. Her ultra rare counterpart. So Secret Rare Alligator Loki does still remain the scarcest secret rare that is animated for Marvel. The Spidey 2099 is up to $389. I sold one of mine for $350. That was just like the normal one. I still do have a sub 100, but the cheapest sub 100 is number 65 at $799. I do have one listed at $1,500. I thought that one that is listed at $799 was bought. That's kind of why I listed it. I'm gonna keep it up there though, just in case. Anyway, outside of that, Javier Guerrier says, how high can the Aether go? All right, I'll take a look and I'll check it out for you. Let's take a look. See, Aether is at 325. How many are there? 3,800 of them. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked they're this high. I don't. Why are they this high? I don't know. I mean, you only need one of them. I guess people really want two, though. They want one to burn and one to keep. So I guess that really does have people go and get that. I mean, again, some people might actually burn more of these than the Secret Rare Eye of Agamotto, just because the Secret Rare Eye of Agamotto, you need to burn that one, and an Aether, and the rest of them, for that Secret Rare Thanos. But then you need to burn a rare or an uncommon, whatever, for the other one, the Gauntlet just by itself. So you actually might see more of the Aether burn than the actual Secret Rare Eye of Agamotto, even though there's less of them. So I would say less of the Secret Rare. So I don't know. These could, anything can happen. I think the people that kind of have it already have it. let's take a look at. Yeah, I would say. I mean, we have another couple, and again, there's not. I was expecting these to drop quite a bit on the day, on the release of Luke Skywalker, but it didn't happen. Money got it again. That 320,000. I think it was part of the thumbnail, and the thumbnail. Okay, so I'll get to that in another minute. I do have another $5 from White Rabbit, so I'm going to take another shot for Skinny for the White Rabbit here. So give me one second. Okay, I'm gonna hold up. Sorry, that was a big one. That was a big one. I didn't mean to do that. Y'all can play as well. It doesn't have to be a Cash App thing. It could just be a normal whatever, and I'll totally do it. Whew, Lordy. How high did Aether go? I feel like I was on something else before I. Oh yeah, so Luke Skywalker came out, and these didn't drop an inch. They didn't drop at all. They just stayed where they were. So again, if you go and take a look at the you go and take a look at the thumbnail that says, oh, Veve gems purchased. 318,000 gems were purchased on May 4th, the same day that Luke Skywalker was out. So where did that go? Well, it was $309,000 for him to sell out. So a lot of that went there. A lot of it went to just purchasing him on the secondary. There was a lot that was purchased on the secondary, like probably at least another 100,000, just because people were buying those special mins, people were flipping. Again, some people that were buying the rare Lukes at 46, at $50, and oh, hey, they're 64. Let me go and sell. It's just a quick flip, just a little way to make a little bit of money. So yeah, that's if Luke Skywalker cannot get these people to sell their stones, the Marvel Mighty sure aren't. Luke Skywalker is one of the most popular characters in the world, and he can't get people to sell their stones for Thanos. If he can't get it to do that, there are very few other characters that can. Because again, they already released Darth Vader. They already released first appearance Spider-Man. They already have the first appearance Fantastic Four. I mean, maybe like a Wolverine, maybe like Dragon Ball Z. Like, yeah, if you brought Dragon Ball Z, I feel like some of these stuff would go down a little bit. But again, you really don't. It's kind of like when movies. Oh, hey, you notice how Harry Potter is coming out in November, and then you have what's the name of that movie? The crappy vampire movie. Peter Cullen. I forget his name. Anyway, Twilight. You have that come out in like May or March, whatever, 6 months apart, just because you don't want to really share, because nobody's going to go see your movie if it's opening weekend against Harry Potter. Like nobody's beating that. So I don't think they would want to go and put in any other major drops, even though they did. They already put Luke, and still nobody sold these. That's a testament to how resilient this market is, and how many whales are in, and how many people are just like, no, they know people are getting smarter, that this Thanos is going to be really heckin' huge. So again, the Marvel Mighties will release next week, and you have, I mean, if they're not going to sell them for Luke, they're not selling for the Marvel Mighties. Maybe for Goku, maybe for any type like My Neighbor Totoro, maybe for some of that. But again, when the audience on Veve is very, very interesting, because you have Moana that dropped. That movie made hundreds of millions of dollars, and that drop performed like crap. Encanto was one of the. If anyone has kids, or if anyone's just like me, and you just like the song, you like Disney, you just like Encanto is like one, like that is this generation's Frozen. Encanto, we don't talk about Bruno, is this generation's Let It Go, Let It Go. Like you can't and that drop also performed like crap. So the audience on Veve is really, really interesting. Again, it is between people between the ages of 24 and 44. So it's a mixed bag. At least that's my analytics say. Let me go and yes, I am totally taking shots for donos. I don't know if I should have a minimum on that. I don't want people just spamming $2 super chats. Just I'll die. But if I go to my analytics and I go and I take a look at my audience, the biggest the biggest amount of people are 35 to 44. And I've lost all of my women viewers. I have 99.4% male viewers. I don't know what the fudge that's about. But anyway, and I feel like I have a lot of women on here, like on the podcast, like on that. But anyway, this is why. 32% are 25 to 34, 44% are 35 to 44. And then 18%, this part has grown. The 45 to 54 category has grown a bit. But between the 25 and 44, that is 76.8%. You add the 45 to 54 on top of that, that's 86, that's 94. That's 95% is between 25 and 54. The rest, 3.1 at 55 to 64, 2% at 18 to 24, none on 13 to 17, and none on the 65 plus. So, the two outliers are the nearly dead and the newly bred, but the in between is obviously the ones where you have the bang for your buck. Yeah, that's gonna be a meme. Anyway, I will. I'll sell booty for DPC. Could I like? All right. I'm gonna Snapchat that. I was gonna have people say, okay, all right. Subscribers selling their bodies for DBZ NFTs. Ha 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 ha. All right, I see this particular question. I don't know how I'm gonna answer. I'll do my damnedest. I'll do my best. Let's try this with data. Miles Ultra Rare versus Luke Secret Rare. I'm just gonna drink a water for this. All right, let's go. Miles Ultra Rare or Luke. Oh, if it's Miles Ultra Rare, oh dude, get versus Luke Secret Rare. Luke Secret Rare all day. Luke Secret Rare all day. All day. Yeah. Miles is great. Well, here's the thing. Luke is already been popular for 40 years, right? Miles has maybe been popular for like 5 years, 6 years. Like he's really only a 10-year-old character. He's very, very new. Not a lot of people liked Miles at first. And his secret rare is beyond reach. His secret rare, like let's take a look at Miles' secret rare real quick. Didn't make it. All right, so Miles, I can take a look at him. The ultra rare is at 675, and how many of him are there? There are only 1,000 of him. Only 1,000. 675 is the floor. He's had time to marinate. And you can get a sub 100 of him, 1,500, which is okay. But let's take a look at oh my God, the Miles Secret Rare is $11,800 floor. That's bananas. And the sub 100, again, isn't really a huge thing just because, again, all of him are very, very cheap. This 14.4 is the cheap. Oh, no, 12.5. 12.5 is the cheapest secret rare. Name Coast. My man. I had the number 46 listed 460K. Yeah, if you really wanted a sub 100, you could get number 71 at 12.5. I think it's 12,000. Yeah, 12,500 even you can get that for. And again, I would really have no issue getting it at 12.5 because if you're already going to spend 5 figures, if you're already going to purchase, for 11,888, just go and get the sub 100 for an extra $700. Like that. That's just what I would do. But then you have the Miles Morales rare, 398, and there's 1750. All right, let's take a look at the sub 100s on that, and you can get one for 1,600. Oh, you get one for 975. Oh, actually, you can get one for 875. Oh, all right. So if you can get a number 56 for 875, it's about double the price. But again, it's a rare, so I think that's kind of okay. But yeah, I would kind of go and get I would get Luke's Secret Rare. It is scarcer than the Miles Ultra Rare. It's it's like the chase of that particular blind box, for Luke. So that's what I would get. Even though Miles' popularity does have a lot more room to grow. Again, a lot of the young people like him, and those young people, they have not hit peak spending yet. They have not hit peak earning potential yet. So you might have 20 years before Miles really hits its peak. Maybe like 15, but I would say 15, 20 years before he hits like peak. The Luke Secret Rare is something that kind of already peaked. Again, not that he's peaked himself in the app, it's just like peak popularity. But again, it's all what's going to moon first. Probably whoever's in Web3 that gets into this, whoever gets in first, are comic fans going to get in or Star Wars fans going to get in? You don't really know at that point. Skinny Pete says, Brandon Barr, he's laughing. Because Brandon Barr said, I will sell booty for DBZ. Like I said, understand that 100%. Ooh, happy Friday with the fire pit. I'm Jelly AF. Oh, Nacho. What else? Everyone else is dieting, so they don't look at me. Oh, rip. But yeah, so I'm saying more of my analytics. 52% of my friendos here that I've subscribed are from the US. 8.7 from the UK, 7.5% from Canada, 3.6% for Australia, and 2.4% from Germany. If I go deeper than that, we can go to the Netherlands. There's 1.2% of people that watch me from the Netherlands, 1.1% from France. France! I don't know if anyone remembers it was like the Miss Universe or Miss World competition, and each one of the models were introducing themselves like, Spain, like España, Peru, Brazil. And then this one woman goes, France! Like, she just like, anyway, 1.1% from France, 0.2% from Belgium, 0.2% from Mexico, 0.2% from Spain. So that was that. 77.9% of people that watch me are from subscribed. 22% are not subscribed. Other people, channels that my audience watches is Veve Digital Collectibles, is My Collectibles, is Dan Lee. There's a bunch of other people on there as well. Miles Hoodie is Miles Hoodie is dope. That I cannot wait for the Miles the Across the Spider-Verse movie, especially that Spidey 2099. So a lot of that movie of Spidey 2099, you're going to have them in live action, like in Secret Wars. That's going to be really dope in the next few years. The only one I'm really curious about, I guess, is really going to be Haley Steinfeld, who does play, oh God, what's the name she plays on Hawkeye? Well, she plays Spidey Gwen. Like she plays Gwen Foster. She plays Spider Gwen, or Gwen Stacy. I'm sorry, Spider Gwen in that particular Across the Spider-Verse in that series. Really cool. But then she also plays, I guess, like the new Hawkeye, like Hawkeye's like running mate, like partner in that Hawkeye series that you had. So, oh my God, you're Hawkeye. Like, so she does. I don't know how they're going to have that with both of hers on the screen at the same time. But again, she is in the mask. She is going to be in just her Spidey suit and that. So you might have that. One second. And then you're also going to have Oscar Isaac, who plays as Moon Knight, and then he also plays as Spidey 2099. I put in a offer to my IMDb page will be up in a couple of months. That looks can kill thing that I did is something that's going to go on in the next like couple months. It will be looking. So here's Spidey 2099, and here's me. Wait, yeah. I feel like there's a pretty similar. I feel like there's a pretty similar. I feel like there's just a resemblance that I might be able to get that. Anyway, he's 5'10", I'm 5'10". I feel like he's big and strong. I am kind of getting there. Anyway, Bill Garner says, will Aether keep running? Oh, yes, shut. Because of the super chat. I have to poop. That was not a full shot. Okay. I don't know. All right, so Bill Gardner, you unlocked a core memory. Yes, I know. I took the shot. Okay. And the core memory. Oh God. I got another. Okay, hold on. I got another. Okay, so this is a. Okay, all right. We're working here tonight. No, not a full shot. I'm not going to be a bitch. Oh, mother flapper. Mama ain't raised no. Okay. Whew, whew. Now where am I? Will Aether keep running? You, like I said, you just unlocked a core memory from like 2007, 2008. My cousin has a signed copy of this. It's a picture of John McCain, right? A picture of John McCain like playing with his couplings. It's like, and then on the print below that, it just says, "Can McCain keep rising?" You know, as he was rising in the polls versus Barack Obama. So the Republicans have done this a couple of times where they put in somebody that has virtually no chance of winning. Like they did that against Clinton in the 96 election or the 2000 election. No, the 96 election. They put in Bob Dole. And then obviously, you know, that just didn't happen. You know, Clinton's obviously going to win that. And then they did that John McCain, who's virtually a carbon copy of George Bush. People were kind of like, you know, kind of done with George Bush after 8 years. It's just war, nothing but that. There's like, oh, hey, let's. So they were done. And they picked Obama. Anyway, listen, I ain't. The funny thing is that Obama like loved McCain. He sent McCain everywhere. McCain was having a better time not as president under Obama's thing. Keep on keeping on. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, he was having a lot more fun under Obama's reign than if he would have been president himself. But anyway, will Aether keep running? Can John McCain keep rising? Can he keep running? So we're gonna go and take a look, and let me just make sure that this isn't. Hold on. How many? 27. Okay, yes, yes, yes. Sorry, I'm losing my mind here because I'm taking so many shots. We'll take a look at the Aether again. And again, if you want, why I think the Aether is running so much at 329 right now is because you need to burn an Aether to have the secret rare Thanos. So you're going to have, let's say, 1,000, or let's go super conservative, and let's say 800 of the secret rare Thanos. You know, gotten with the secret rare Eye of Agamotto burned. Cool. You're going to need an Aether for that. Okay, well, what about the other version of Thanos? If you let's say you don't have a secret rare Eye of Agamotto, but you just have the uncommon or the rare, whatever it is, in order to burn that, you're obviously not burning the secret rare anymore, but you're going, and a lot more people, if they can't get that version, they're going to get the other version. In which case, you could burn. What can you burn? You burn like 2,000. So it's very possible that you get less than 1,000 Aethers left after all of this because there's virtually unlimited. It's as many as can be burned. So let's say there's 1,600 people, let's say max, that can burn the secret rare Eye of Agamotto, which again, you're not going to have that much. You might only have 1,000. So let's say 1,000, just keep things even. Okay, well, that's 2,800 Aether. That's only 2,800 other Thanoses that's not in battle pose, like the thinking pose, the thinking Thanos that can go and take a look. You can have, what can you have? I mean, you could have all of them burn. I mean, again, I don't think 2,800 of those people will do it, but I think another 1,000 could. So, or 2,000. You could easily have less than 1,000 Aether by the end of this. You could have 2,800 of these burn. So while people go and they recognize that, yeah, Aether can keep running because again, there are double the amount of Aether that can be burned as opposed to the secret rare Eye of Agamotto. Because again, you are going to need to burn it twice. You know, one for the secret rare, one for the other one. So it can. Because again, let's say you have like a week for this. I don't know. And the other Thanos, the thinking Thanos, looks like it can be sold for 500. I mean, again, what utility is this going to have afterwards? It's not really going to have any utility. It's going to be there. It's going to be cool to have. It's going to be super scarce though. It's possible that this is even scarcer than the Seeker Rare Eye of Agamotto, depending on how many people burn that Seeker Rare Eye of Agamotto. Because again, you are going to have to light a lot of money on fire from this. Yes, Skinny Pete, I took the shot. Bill Gardner says, Randy 2099. Oh, dude, could you imagine? Dude, if I actually got the movie, and again, that's how what's his name got the part as Shang-Chi, like the best martial artist in the MCU, in a Marvel Comics in general, is Shang-Chi. So that's how he got it. He just tagged him on Twitter. I tagged Sony, I tagged Marvel on Twitter. Hey, I'm available. I can do it. And Spidey 2099 is drawn a little bit older in the movie. So if they are going to, again, Spidey 29 is really young in the comics, like 20 something years old. But in the movie, he's drawn like an older, more grizzled version. And I think I could go and do a more grizzled version of that Miles Morales Spider-Man. Like I could go, and again, don't let the voice that I have fool you. Spidey 2099, he's going to want to murder people. And I can do that too. I can go and take someone, put my hands around the throat, just rip it out. And like, I could 100% do that as well. It really just depends what they want for me in the character. Again, I am trying to get super jacked for the movie that I'm getting in shape for right now. I don't know if they're going to need me to cut my hair or not. We'll see. But so I'll keep you posted on that. The worst. Randy, keep on. Oh, congrats. I think you're the one that messaged me, right? That had, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, it was you. There's a couple people that have messaged me. Oh, hey, thank you for letting me know about Pepe and Mung. I'm up so much on that. Congrats to y'all that have been doing that. Pepe or OMI. So listen, I didn't get Pepe when it was the number 300 crypto. I didn't get it at number 100. I'm not getting it at where it's number 42. I'm not. I mean, Pepe could still run. Pepe could get in the top 20. Pepe could still go moon. And this isn't a bear market. You know, what happens in a bull to meme coins? I mean, Doge reached like a $90 billion market cap. Now, granted, they had Elon going and pumping it. But again, Pepe is the OG meme. He's the original meme before Doge. Doge didn't really get like a hype until like 2012 to 2014. And again, Doge wasn't even created until like the 2013, 2014 era. At least the crypto wasn't. Like in 20, I think 15 or 14 is when I actually saw people actually collecting and using that Doge coin as utility. That was like one of the only cryptos I knew of. I knew about Bitcoin. I knew about Litecoin. So there's this thing called Pork Fest every year that takes place in Rogers Campground. And it's for a bunch of libertarians to just go in and be libertarians. They live on the land, off the state. And I'm the minority that was paying in dollars. Everyone was paying in bits of silver or in Bitcoin. That was actually the first place that I saw real utility for Bitcoin. Those people were paying everyone in bits of silver or in Bitcoin because heck the government, heck these Federal Reserve notes. So that's what people were doing. And Pepe, again, was original OG before Doge. So he could keep running, but, you know, it's already at a $1.5 billion market cap. Okay, he can 10x, get 15 billion. OMI can do that too by accident. OMI can 10x and not even hit all-time high. There's a 20x to all-time high, and that's just all-time high. Yeah, this is OMI, in my opinion, all the way. I would not buy Pepe right now, even if others do. The Diomio says, just checking your channel again since 2021. Glad to see you're still alive and hopeful about OMI. Damn, dude, good luck. Oh, cheers. Thank you so much. I really, really like that. Let me go and take a picture of that, and I'll put it on the Snapchat. Totally still alive. So let me go and put that. Totally still alive. Barely, but I'm here. Did have a couple of life and death scares in between there. Like I should have been part of the life and death brigade from Gilmore Girls. Anyway. Yeah, I'm stacking down here. I'm up to 167 million OMI. In 2021, I was I mean, I was a millionaire at that point, so that was nice. But yeah, down here, obviously, not a millionaire anymore. Skinny Pete says that ETH gas price is insane because of the meme runs. Yeah. This is why, like, listen, I love ETH. I'm a pretty big ETH maxi. Like, I think ETH will flip Bitcoin at some point, but you could have another protocol, another chain come out, and you just don't have these insane ETH fees. What? People are paying these fees just because they're used to them. When the real world gets in and it's like, oh, what are these gas fees? They're not going to stand for that. like a lot of people, like let's say like Immutable X, or let's say something like that, where there's just virtually no gas fees. Anyway, we do have Lori Brenner saying Queen Veve shall attain a good. Get that bread. I love this game. Lori, I miss you so much. Where are you tonight? Girl, where you at? Hang on. We gotta fix this. Hold on. Are you together? Should have messed with someone like me. We're gonna go to the clipboard and we're gonna be like, send you a StreamYard thing, and we're gonna say, Oh, by the way, Lori, since you super chatted, I have to take a shot, which I'll do that right now. Oh, also, guys, I'm feeling it. Arth now feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. I've had 3 super chats and 4 Cash App things from the White Rabbit, so I've had 7 so far. So this is a lot. I don't know how much more I can take. Anyway, we're gonna go off here. Yep, I agree. The gas price. You could have people that just don't want anything to do with the gas price, and they could say, "Oh yeah, I'm going to go and choose to use this particular protocol, this particular chain, because it doesn't have gas fees." Gas fees are. I don't know why I put up. Bill Gardner says CryptoFace was up like 60,000 today on Pepe. Oh my god, that's amazing! Congrats to CryptoFace. At Bill Gardner, seen that? Skinny Pete says I picked up Pepe on MX on MEXC a few days ago. No gas fees. My man, get it. I'm good and feeling all right, baby. I'ma have the best night of my life. Bill Gardner says I should have bought some. Same here, fam. I still say Mung is a really, really good one. I still say Mung is something that's really, really dope. Yay! Lori Brenner's coming on the podcast. She'll be here in like 20-ish minutes or so. So can't wait for her to come on. Haven't had her on in a while. Love the heck out of that lady. So yeah, let me go and check out Mung real quick. MONG. So I'll go and get rid of that. Okay, so MONG, which is up 144%. Congrats to people who did happen to get that. That's incredible. 54 million in trading volume. Again, I was talking about this less than a week ago. It was like 3 or 4 days ago. Doing really, really heckin' well. So shout out to them for that. Again, that was one of the ones that I was going to get, that I was just going to put a couple $100 in Bitcoin to there. But when I sent it to Uniswap, it just got lost. I have no idea what happened with it. I went over to the Cash App piece, like, hey, my Bitcoin got lost. And they never got back to me. So heck them. Heck those peeps. But oh my god, Mong is going insane. Let me take a look at Mong. It's mooning. Oh, we have another super chat coming in from Bill Garner saying, "Let's fill our bags one last time." I love you so much, and cheers. We'll totally do a big one for you. Woo, 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 woo. I feel like, anyone remember in Super Smash Brothers Melee when you originally got Luigi, you're just like, whoo, whoo. Do you get him in Melee, or do you first get him in? No, you get him in the OG Super Smash. Dude already says, "Yep, Randy, got me. I got me. I not Mong. Yep, Randy, got me. I not Mong. Oh yes, you got Mong. You totally did. You're welcome." Anyway, Bill Gar saying, "Let's fill our bags one last time." Good looks. Now where was I? Oh, it's now on KuCoin and Binance. Wow, congrats. Bill Gar says, "Pepe and Ome to the moon." Sleeping comments and hey, sleeping. I messaged you on the Twitter. Look at the uncontrollable flailing of my upper extremities. I love you, sleeping. Skinny Pete says, "I double my money. Now I just have a moon bag. Took out my initial investment. That is the best way to run it. Take out the initial investment. The rest is a moon bag. The rest, you're just playing with house money. Gotta love it." Bill Gardner saying, "That's awesome, Skinny Pete. Yeah, F the Fed. Heck 'em where it hurts." Jordan Riz saying, "Randy, oh, what's going on, Jordan? How's it going, fam? I'm really hoping that you go and take some profit and you catch me in OMI." Jordan Reese, you know it's meant to be. You know, do it for the vegetarians. do it for all the animals out there. As you know, Jordan Riz is not just a vegetarian, an actual vegan. And me, obviously, I love my meat. I just had a sandwich from Subway, and there was a lot of meat on it. There was bacon, there was chicken. It was great. Which again, I love animals, and I hate the way that meat is treated or animals are treated in the way that we get them. So you really obviously should, if you do eat that, you really should try to get free range or cage free, whatever. But yeah, do it for the animals, Jordan. You got to pass me an Omi. You don't want this meat eater always surpassing you. I'm like Goku and you're like Vegeta. You got to be the Goku. You got to surpass me and Omi. You got to do it, Jordan. Like, no excuses, just results. Lord Benner, thank you so much for the super chat saying Queen Veve shall attain a gauntlet. I cannot wait. Your son has a gauntlet as well. He's got one in real life. Jordan Marie says, woohoo, Lori, woohoo. Jordan, what time is it over there? Oh yeah. It's like midday for you, right? Right? Yeah. Stan says H bar has next to no gas fees. Yeah, there's a couple of things that have next to no gas fee. I think XLM has it. I think USDC, if you send USDC from Coinbase over to Bit4X, there's no fee. So that's really dope. So cheers to you. And cheers to H bar as well. Bill Garner says, Jordan, you're letting Randy get to many laps, too many laps ahead of homie. Well, I mean, I did go back to work. And again, Jordan Riz does have a family. Jordan Riz got that Riz. And he was able to get a sweet lady and get some sweet kids. And, you know, he's kind of living life the best way, like his best life. Me, I mean, I got dashy. Also, there's a rumor going around that I'm a virgin, and I kind of like it. I kind of like me being pure. So if y'all could just do me a favor and spread that rumor on Twitter saying, yes, Randy, the virgin, I would totally love that. That'd be dope. Anyway, DW, my Pepe will help me buy lots of, don't worry, my Pepe will help me buy lots of Omi. I hope it can. I hope you surpass me. But again, now that I'm working, and again, I have pretty cheap rent, and all I have to do, again, super degenerate gambler here, all I have to do with my life is buy more Veve NFTs and buy more OMI token, and that's it. That's what I'm gonna do. I'll do that. If anyone remembers that episode of Seinfeld where George gets like a stock tip, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll buy it. You know, I'll take it." And then it goes down like that song, down, 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 and everyone else gets out. It's like, George, you're not getting out. He's like, "No, I'm gonna go down with the ship." And then eventually he makes like several $1,000s on it, and then he goes and has a bunch of money, and he's like, and he goes and he's so cheap. He gives this waitress like a big tip, and then he goes, and he takes $1 back. And I feel like George Costanza, like I'm riding into the moon, or I'm drowning with it, but I'm only buying more. Again, you either believe that Veve's going to do what they say they're going to do, which they've always done. Again, the timelines might have been a little delayed or a lot delayed, depending on your definition. But again, in tech, that happens in general. I ordered 2 Cybertrucks in 2020, and they're still not here. I won't get my Cybertrucks until next year, 4 years after I ordered them. So and Tesla's a $1 trillion company, so I'm okay if Veve says, "Oh, hey, we're gonna delay a couple months or a couple quarters after that." That's fine. I'll still be purchasing down here. Again, Tesla stock traded sideways for 6 years. 6 years. I was a millionaire last year. So I'm okay with it going down and me being able to stack down here for another year. No problem with that. If 2023 is the 1 year that I'm not a millionaire, that's fine. That's fine. I'll keep stacking. I'll keep going. Whatever it takes. Like I said, the goal is 200. I should get 170 by the end of this month, but it really depends if I can lock down a deal for a logo. Really depends if I really go overzealous on the Marvel Mighties. Really depends how work goes as well. There's a lot that goes into it. But I really definitely don't. I want to keep expenses super low, so I'll keep y'all posted. But after I do reach 170, I might take a break for a couple of weeks, just because I do need new clothes. I need new everything. So I'll keep you posted. It says I can sell and buy 10 million OMI right now. And again, what happens to OMI in the short term? I mean, I don't know. We could have World War III. We could have other particular, a housing crisis. We could have a deep, deep recession, like people have been saying. China could invade the South China Sea. There's a whole bunch of things that can happen that could bring OMI to 0005 or even 0004, as many people have been saying. Who this? I don't know who that is. Okay. But again, if you buy 10 million right now, are you gonna be super salty if it goes to the 0004? Or you're gonna be more saltier if you don't buy here and something has an announcement and we go back to 001. I'm not really saying, but I'm gonna let it keep running for a few more days. Only $1.4 billion market cap. It could totally get to 3 billion, in which case you could totally get an additional 20 million OMI. And I think at that point you would be able to catch me, especially if OMI keeps going down. So I really hope you're getting that. Really hoping you're getting that. Oh, we got Sleeping Comics with a super chat. Okay, super chat. Chat time. Thank you, Sleeping, for supporting my habit. Nom, nom, nom. Okay. Says Randy, let's get this Thrawn bed. Thrawn bread. Sleeping, you coming on? You going on? You getting this Thrawn bread? Because there are a bunch of other people that have been purchasing the Thrawn comic. I got a common. I just gambled on the drop. I actually could get another drop because I think you can get up to 10 or 12 Thrawn comics. So if I go to the drops and I take a look at what Thrawn has done today, so it actually sold. Oh, excuse me. It actually sold like 3,500 copies, which I wasn't really expecting. So it sold about $25,000 worth today in less than 12 hours, which I think is really, really good. Because considering that Thrawn isn't really the best, you know what? I don't want to gamble. I don't want to gamble. I'm not going to gamble. I have 283 gems, and I need them for the Marvel Mighties next week. Don't at me on this. Anyway, where was I? Bill Garner, thank you for the super chat saying, let's fill our bags. One last time. Let's do it. Steve Duarte says, yep, Randy got me. I got him, sorry, into mom. Yep. Cheers. Congrats. I would keep that for a bit. Just a bit. Maybe take a little bit of profit. But it definitely does have a ton of room to run, in my opinion. Not financial advice, not financial advisor, although I am. Jordan Reed says, bah, ha, 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 ha. Vegan power. You should see these mink beet burgers I just made. I'm sure there's something. I'm sure they are a thing and a half. I'm sure they are things that can be eaten if one chooses to. Greg Fogarty says, I have 800,000 OMI now. Need to start somewhere. Would you rather a Fantastic Four secret rare comic or AF-15 ultra rare and a floor Todd? Thanks for your stream. Yeah, of course. Thank you for joining. Well, congrats on the 800,000 OMI. You're really close to 1 million. Really hope you get that at some point when you're ready. Obviously not rushing you. That I would, God, those are so good. When you say Fantastic Four secret rare, I assume Fantastic Four #1. That is the better of the Fantastic Four #5. Fantastic Four #5 is really good just because that's the first appearance of Doctor Doom, and he's going to have a big part to play. So, he's going to be the big villain of Secret Wars. I know everyone's so focused on Kang Dynasty and what's Kang going to do? And Kang is going to be really, really cool. Kang's going to be a dope villain. Again, whether Jonathan Majors plays him or not, we're not 100% sure. Yes, I did, Bill. I totally did. But yeah, so if you're talking about Fantastic Four #1, that's a really rare comic. But again, that's a super rare comic because it's so rare. I mean, it's so special, but it's also really rare. The AF-15 is rare in the app with only 10,000. That's Spidey. I mean, Fantastic Four is Marvel's first family. It's just so special. And again, they haven't been able to do it justice. There's been no good Fantastic Four movie. And I'm not going to lie, I'm a little worried that there might not be a good movie in the future. Now, in Kevin Feige, we trust. He's obviously built one of the most amazing cinematic universe ever created. But that being said, he hasn't had a shot at Fantastic Four yet. So we're really not sure how it's going to go. I heard people really weren't that pleased. Again, Reed Richards did not get that much screen time in Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. And we don't know if it's going to be him that's going to get Reed Richards. So I've heard people saying that it's going to be Kylo Ren. He's going to be Reed Richards, Adam Driver. Listen, I'm going to level with you right now. In Secret Wars, what's a big fight? that everyone was like, oh my God, are they finally going to fight? What's a big fight? That everyone's been wanting for years. I'm going to say in the comics right now, in the Thor comics, Thanos is on. He went back in time. Like Marvel kind of plays really like loose and fast with like black holes and gravity holes, and so Thanos was sent through one. He goes through time and is in like he's in the presence of Bor, like Thor's grandfather, and the father of Odin, and people want to see them fight. And I think Bor would win because that's Thor is really strong, but Odin is stronger because he has the Odin Force. So you think that Bor would be even stronger than Odin, and Thanos has 100% chosen to actively avoid Odin because of the Odin Force. He's super strong. Like he could give Thanos a run for his money. So I think that Bor would be even stronger. So anyway, if you go and you take a look at that, that's something that people really want to see. Another thing that people really want to see that you've had in the comics is a fight between Reed Richards and Doctor Doom. They've been arch enemies forever, since the beginning of their relationship. And in that fight, you see it like in the same way. Like I really don't want Secret Wars to be like a Batman v Superman where they tried to shoehorn in every other thing except for Batman v Superman. They tried to make it, a Doomsday movie, and they tried to make it a Get to Know You movie, and they tried to make it a whole bunch of different things. When Batman versus Superman would have been more than enough. They tried to shoehorn Wonder Woman there and Aquaman, and try to explain the plot of the next movie without getting to the plot of just Batman v Superman. Frank Miller did it completely correct when he had The Dark Knight Returns. You have part one where it's all about like the Joker and all about other stuff, and then part two. Oh my God, when you see Superman and him fight, and it's amazing. You get Green Arrow in there, you have Kelly in there, you just have so many amazing things that happen. And Bruce Wayne's obviously in the end, you'll see what I mean when I talk about like, oh, he did it right. You take a little bit of that and you get a little bit of that in the movie, but it's I don't know, it's very strange the way they did it, and I'm just really worried that what they'll do in the Secret Wars movie is they won't build up that fight between Reed Richards and Doctor Doom. Like in the comic, you see like Reed Richards take out every single piece of frustration he has had that he's held for most of his life, and he takes it out on Doctor Doom, and they take it out on each other. Like this, it's their time to go and like leave it all in the ring, leave it all out on the field. And I think a decent amount of what is valued for this comic in Veve will be based on that movie, because that's how this generation of people is going to see Reed Richards. That's how this generation of people is going to see Doctor Doom. That's how it's going to see their fight. And if they go there, oh, hey, let me go to the one that started it all, what's their incentive to go and buy that? Yeah, there's a ton of history, but I do think that is a little bit of a gamble when talking about it on the app. The Amazing Fantasy 15 with Spider-Man, that's a grail. I know, and even just the ultra rare, and again, the ultra rare and rare comics are super special just because they are unique artwork to Veve. So that's artwork that you cannot get in the real world. So I think those are in general are undervalued. And then you have a Floor Todd. The safe bet would probably be AF-15 ultra rare and a Floor Todd. I mean, they're both safe. They're both going to do extraordinarily well in the long run for Veve. It's just what's going to moon more, or what's going to moon first. I would say the AF-15 ultra rare and a Floor Todd are probably the safer bet, in my opinion. George Reese says 11:46 a.m. Yep, that is totally you. Kesha? No. Jordan Reese says, love you, Dashy. Ha ha ha. No way you a virgin. How do you know, Jordan Reese? Maybe I am a pure piece of man waiting to just find a Christian woman so I could just bring Christian babies. Sorry, I used to troll my friend John Chan. His mom was super Christian, and I always used to date like all these women. And obviously I used to date him for, not one reason, but just, just being young and being free and hippie. And his mom thought, I was like, oh, look, John Chen, he's trying to find a wife. Randy's trying to go and he's trying to that's what God wants you to do. He wants to get married and have babies. And I was like, I don't know about that. And then So I would go and I would say, like, see, John Chan, you have to go and you have to get married to bring Christian children into this world. And his mom would like light up, like the sun was shining in the room. She's like, oh, you see, Jonathan, you see, that's what you should do. You should hang out more with Randy. And of course, John Chan knew that I was just like a slut. And I was like, and he's like, I hate you so much. I was like, I'm sorry. You just got to mess with friends. Anyway, sleeping comments. Thank you so much for commenting, saying, Randy, let's get Thrawn bread. Maybe I'll get another one. I don't know. What are the Thrawn Secret Rare comics going for? Because they are, again, in my opinion, super undervalued. Because not all of them have been bought. Stupid. There's only 17. He's $100. He's $109. And I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I could go and. Oh, I can't. Again, I really need to get those Marvel Mighties. If he's still $100 in like a month after I bought all the Marvel Mighties I want, then I'll get it. Then I'll get it. Boogar's saying, Sleeping, you getting the gauntlet? Sleeping says, hopefully 2. Yo, Sleeping, my man, get it. Donovan says it's a 0005. So it's not a 0005. It's a 0059, which 59855. So it's basically still at 0006. Like, I don't like to say 0005. I'm imagining, oh, hey, I can get $1 million for 500, but I actually can't. It's still pretty much $600 for it. Either way, it's still a really good deal, and I really would like to go and buy more. And I will at some point. Oh, in the middle of the day, it had gone down to. Oh God, I don't know what that was. Anyway, in the middle of the day, it had gone down to 000589. So it was pretty close to that. But oh, Bill Gardner's going for 2 as well. Congrats to you, Bill Gardner, for trying to get 2 secret rare Thanos. Who says, did Randy take a shot? I did. Oh God, my body. Okay. I'm also waiting for Lori Brenner, who had said in 20 minutes she'd be here. And that was 20 minutes ago, so we're almost there. Oh yeah, Fantastic Four #1. Good. Bill Garnstein, yeah, not a fan of Kylo Ren being Reed Richards. Yeah, not 100% sure I'm a fan of that. But you know what? Sometimes you just gotta trust. Originally, when Gal Gadot was cast as Wonder Woman, I was like, the skinny girl from Fast and Furious? No. Wonder Woman's an Amazon. She's thick. She's muscular. She murders people. And when I say that, I don't say that lightly. I mean that, like, there's a point in time where she's having an argument, I think with the Flash, saying, oh, the reason why I don't have any villains and Superman does is because when I have a villain, I deal with them. Like, when I deal with a villain, I deal with them. As in, like, she busts a cap in their butt. Like, she goes and straight up murders people, whereas Superman and Batman really don't. And Wonder Woman deals with her problems, as in she straight up unalives people. So when I see Gal Gadot being cast as Wonder Woman, I was like, she weighs like 90 pounds and she's like 5'10". Like, get the fudge out of here. No. And again, Ben Affleck had been kind of muscular in the past, but as Batman, I was like, oh my God, please no. He straight up like murdered Daredevil for us. Like, why would you cast him as Batman? And then Gal Gadot posts a pic of her like on like a wakeboard of her like doing like that, and I was like, oh, all right, she gained like, and not just like weight, like muscle, like lean muscle. She looked really good. And then I see Ben Affleck win an award for Gone Girl, like the Oscars or something, and he comes down the stairs like he's coming down like this. I'll show, like, he just comes down the stairs to accept his award, like. And I was like, oh my God, he is thick AF. Ben Affleck, daddy. I was like, oh my. So I was like, maybe this movie can be kind of good. And then, Wonder Woman just continued to get really jacked. And Ben Affleck looked really good as Batman. And, so again, they didn't have a really good script, but I say we give Kylo Ren, I say we give him a shot at being Reed Richards before we actually go and be like, oh no, let's give him a shot. I think he'll work hard. Oh my gosh, I'd also heard The Rock might not continue in Black Adam. Yeah, he might not. He might not. Which I like the movie. I thought it was good. I'm like, man, DC, like, pull it together. I mean, how many different characters are they going to use? Well, apparently Guardians of the Galaxy was pretty good. And apparently James Gunn wanted to do a really good job with the last version that he's going to ever do of Guardians because he's setting up DC and he's really good. He's really funny. So I would say if he did a good job with Guardians, he could probably do a decent job with Superman. He could probably do a decent job with other stuff. So I'm kind of okay with him heading it as long as he gets complete creative control. But again, it's not like he's just CEO and there's another person that's COO. There are two CEOs and they are going to hate each other. Like, they are going to want to unalive each other before these movies even come out. So that was a big mistake that DC did when they made one CEO and one COO. I think that was a really big mistake. Like, again, if David and Dan of Veve were co-CEO, it would not be good. I don't think I would have invested as much into this company if that were a thing, because I've seen that before. I've seen it when companies go, oh, they're co-CEOs. Like, no, why? Because you're always going to butt heads. You're always going to be like, no, this is their fault. This is, again, when you have one as CEO and one as COO, it's better. So the fact that even though James Gunn is heading it and he's co-CEO, again, he is still just co-CEO. So I don't know how it's going to do. I'm really, really hoping for it. We really, really deserve really good extended DC universe. So I'm hoping that happens. You don't need any more Batman origin stories, 50 different Batman. I freaking hate Robert Pattinson. So listen, I've heard that Robert Pattinson is a very fine actor. I've heard that he puts his all into certain projects. I've just never seen it. Like, again, I've seen Twilight, and you know, let's ask Queen Veve what she thinks of this. Hey, Queen Veve.
Hey, Randy, I'm sorry. I still had you going on the phone over here. What is going on?
We're talking about all the different types of Batman, and then that rolled into Robert Pattinson. Have you seen any of his good movies? Because apparently he has had some really good movies. I just haven't seen them.
No. Michael Keaton is my only Batman. You know what I mean? Like, Pittsburgh guy. I just, that's my Batman.
So you're really pumped for the Flash movie when we're going to get Michael Keaton.
So excited. I'm so glad they brought him back. I like him.
I really like him a lot too. Did you see the new McDonald's movie with him in it?
No, I didn't.
Oh, it's really good. So it's about the story of the guy that, it's not really about the guys that created the original McDonald's. It's just the guy, I forget his name, but he goes and he's the one that franchises McDonald's, brings McDonald's to the rest of the world. It's really cool.
Okay. No,
it's just his story, and he plays the guy. It's really fun.
No, haven't seen it.
So yeah, I liked what do you call it? Christian Bale. Like, he played in my opinion, a pretty decent Batman. He got really jacked for the role. Yeah. And so did Ben Affleck. But my Robert Pattinson, just, it looked like he didn't even work out. It looked like I was bigger than him. And he's supposed to be Batman. Like, I don't know. It's very salty about that.
Well, that's the thing about Batman, right? And that's what our black and white shows so well, because you know the range from like Rizzo, which is like, you know what I mean, to some of the other ones where you're just like, okay, so Batman's very, he's a very fluid character in that respect. It's not always the jacked up buff guy. Sometimes it's Michael Keaton, so yeah. That's, he's a little bit more relatable, I think, that way to a lot of people with the various versions of him.
I love how you immediately connected that to Veve. Like, oh, that's what's great about the black. I can't tell you how much I love that. I love you so much. Also, I have this new thing where I take a shot for every time someone super chat or cash apps me. I've had 7 of those tonight, so I'm a little toasty.
I'm sorry now that I sent you one. I didn't know.
Oh, yeah, you were one of them. I might have 8 of them. Anyway, I feel like, that Charlie Puth song, like, we don't talk anymore. We don't talk. No, that one.
Yes, I do.
Anyway, I just feel like I haven't seen you in a while. I feel like we don't talk about. I miss you. I know I wasn't there on the around the Akomiverse video like 2 weeks ago. I went back to work, so that's kind of what I've been kind of MIA a little bit.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, I think everyone's kind of there. It's been a long winter, literally and cryptally. But I saw Sleeping was on earlier, or not on, but I saw a comment, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I miss everybody. Like, it doesn't seem like we've hung out a lot. I miss kind of Sleeping and my collects, and just that we hung out a lot more, I think. But recently, we've all got a little busy, so.
Agreed. We totally have. I haven't. When was the last episode you did uh of the Queen's Court?
The last episode I had was last week, and we had Veve on there.
Oh, what was that like?
It was a good interview. He was very complimentary of the project, the founders, and the token.
Okay, very good. I'm glad to see that he was very complimentary of everyone that he had mentioned. So good. Um, I'm really curious about that. I'm actually. Is it recorded?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, fantastic. I'll go take a listen. We should all take a listen later at some point. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
So in the midst of, I guess since the last time we talked, a lot has happened. They've had a couple community updates.
Yep.
They've had crafting. They've had platinum moments. They've had Luke Skywalker.
Yes.
What's been like your favorite thing that's come out that you've spent money
on? The Disney potions and the posters I spent money on. I have, well, it's a little strange. I have all the collectibles except Dumbo, but my husband has my Dumbo in his account, so we got to work that out. And then I have all the posters and a double mini, but he has all the posters and a double Dumbo, but no mini. So we got to figure that, like, swap out. It's just the way it worked. But ultimately, I will end up with all the collectibles, a potion, a 330 potion, which I'm very happy that I got that. I collect a lot of 0330s. I think it's one of those top numbers up there for Disney. And then I have what are you showing me?
Oh, I'm just showing Mr. White Rabbit had cash at me $5 hairs, so I'm gonna take a.
You're gonna jerk again. Sure. Anyways, and all the posters. So they are all in our 2 accounts in our possession. So I did not hit a potion on the drop. And so yeah. So I purchased all of those collectibles.
So let me know if you agree with this. I think mini should be the most valuable in that. Well, I don't know about the posters, but the actual collectible I think should be, because I know that Dumbo's also a first appearance and Dumbo's twice as scarce because he's half the supply.
Though. Yeah.
Oh, I love Dumbo. Dumbo's great.
Yeah, he's great. He's no mini. He's not the second in command.
True. Well, Dumbo also had a live action movie with Danny DeVito in it as the ringleader, so it was probably a good movie. But yeah, Minnie is literally like, when you think of Mickey Mouse, oh, hey, who do you ship him with? Who's the one that's always with him? It's usually Minnie. So I think, what is she, like $130? I don't even know what she is.
You know what? I haven't really looked. I checked the posters a few times. They're all hanging around the 300 mark. I was fortunate. I bought the potions somewhere between 170 and 200. So I minted all of mine. I think I swapped out, a poster to get a better number, one of the mini posters, but I minted all of them. So
yeah, Minnie's only $94. That's stupid. Like, she's like that. I think, let's say she's, I don't know, like 10% as popular as Mickey, maybe, and maybe 20%, but maybe 10% just because Mickey's in there with the Walt as well. I would say she deserves to be 10% of that particular collectible, which would be about $250, and she's only 94.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I know you said you got a better mint for the poster. What mint did you get? Was it a sub 100 or just like a 3?
Oh, no. But I got like whatever it went up to 1923. I got like, I don't know, 1856 or something, just totally horrible. So I sold it. And then like a 500 or 400, I don't even know which one kind of came up. And I was able to just kind of do a swap around pretty much for even money the way that I timed it.
Yeah.
It wasn't anything great, but I got to skip down a few numbers. But I don't value any. I don't try to predict value for anything anymore, because it's worth what somebody's willing to pay for it.
Yeah.
And that. So, I could sit there and say, well, I think blah, blah, whatever about Minnie, but she's $94. And right now that is what she's worth, because that's what somebody's going to pay for it. Now, comma, in the future, or if things proceed as we expect, and knowing what we know about physical collectibles in 100 years, and the way collectors feel about that, the way that I feel attached to that with these collectibles, is that will mean something. And it will be worth more than $94. The same thing with the posters. I look at the scarcity on those, and it just makes me think, are we going to have 250 fanatical Disney collectors, or not even fanatical, just, really, just collectors of Disney?
Yeah.
And I think the answer to that is yes. So they're worth what they're worth, but I think that there's potential in them. I think they're good blue chips.
I think so as well. And speaking of worth, we're talking about the secret rare Eye of Agamotto, how it's like $790 right now. And people are basically, if they want that secret rare version of Thanos, they have to go and basically light $1,400 on fire in order to get it. You're shaking your head no, but you said you were getting a gauntlet. Are you getting just the gauntlet? You're not getting
just the gauntlet. I'll just mint the Eye of Agamotto rare, I think is the one that I purchased.
Okay, so but you still have to go and burn that Aether though, and that Aether is worth like $300 something.
Yeah, but I had mine, or my husband made me buy it, and now he's like, ha ha ha, and he had 2, and then he sold one of his at 180, which now I'm like, you know what I mean? But we have all the stones, so we both have enough to get a
Well, shout out to Me Home for giving me the biggest shot of the night.
Wow, it's red. I can't even see. What is red?
It's pink. The pink ones are 50. The red ones are 100 plus, but the pink ones are 50, which is it's a big shot, the big super shot, big stuff. Okay, so yeah, as he was saying, so you're getting that. We were going over the numbers before, and you're probably going to have about 1,000 or so secret rare Thanoses, which means a lot of the secret rares are going to be burned, and the Aether could potentially keep running up. In what scenario do you get people selling the secret rare Thanos for less than the cost that it actually costs to burn for them? Do you think that some people could do that because they didn't do the calculations, or because they just they did it, or do you think the opposite will happen, and that people won't do it because they realize, oh, I'm going to lose MCP points if I take my one secret rare that I have and I burn all of these sets? Because they burn all of the sets, they're going to burn like essentially 6 sets, and they're not going to get that for the secret rare Thanos.
Oh, you know what? I don't think this is, if there's going to be 1,000 of them, I could see that going below the total. But then after all this happens, what is that secret, Eye of Agamotto going to be worth as well? You know what I mean? What are you going to do with it after the burning's over? So I don't know if it'll go below, it will go below what you could get all the stones for after the burn, if that answers your question.
It does. And I think the White Rabbit, so I'll show you something with the White Rabbit. He is This is just today has given me $30 worth of shots today. So this is the last one, guys. This is I'm gonna die. Like, I will not see the Guardians of the Galaxy movie tomorrow because I'll be too hungover. So cheers. By the way, are you gonna go see that? You're gonna go take the family to see the Guardians 3?
My son just asked me if he could go to a drive-in with his friends.
That sounds so much fun.
To go see it. So that will make my husband sad. And
because he won't see it with him.
well, yeah, and then he will guilt. Well, I don't want to say guilt, but make me feel sad. And then I'll have to take him to the extra good movie theater where they have refillable slushies and limitless popcorn.
Dude, I love him so. I've known him for a while, but I think when I fell in love with him is when I was going to the bathroom at the Decon event, the after party, and he was just playing Time Crisis Zone. And I was like, oh my God, you play that too. You're so cool. And
oh yeah, he does that all the time.
Tell him that. Is he there?
He's sleeping right now.
Oh, okay. Tell him tomorrow.
I'll tell him later. Oh yeah, and I'm wearing his shirt tonight, and you'll appreciate this. I don't know.
Cat in a waterfall.
Cat on a pizza surfing.
God, that's amazing. He has the best shirts. He has like the best of them.
So yeah,
I love him so much.
Yeah. So yeah, that was a requirement for dating. He's like we met on Match, so one of the pictures with the cats got me. Was this little cute kitten sitting on his shoulder, and it just like sucked me in because I'm a cat person. And at first thing I said was like, I like your cat, and he's like, or he said, oh, thank you, I have 2 more. And I was like, oh shit. And I'm like, great, I have 1. So that was quite kind of required.
That was risky of him saying I have 2 more, because we have 1 cat. That's cool, but we have 3 cats.
You got 3, right?
With all the cats.
Like that's what he said, and he said, he would meet women and they would say, well, I'm allergic to cats, and he'd be like, well, I guess we're done here. What are you gonna do?
I miss having cats. When I was with my last girlfriend, she had a dog, 3 cats, and a rat, and the cat, they would all, except for the rat, all of them would like snuggle with us on the bed like at night, and it was great. The only thing I don't miss is that there was cat hair everywhere. Like you could barely cook food. You had to like eat it really quickly before the hair would get in there.
Yeah, you got to do a lot of sweeping and vacuuming with them, but yeah, sometimes it gets bad. But I think dogs shed pretty bad too. I like dogs, but I don't want a dog.
Oh yeah, huskies are like the worst. Like you could nonstop brush them forever, and they will always have hair coming.
And they're way more like kids. I mean, cats, you can just kind of come and go, and they miss you, but not like you don't have to kennel them. So
yeah.
But they're really good stress relievers. I mean, there's a lot of like studies on just, animals that have been, with sick people and with children and with lonely people and even with people in prison. I saw something where, that was controlling behavior so well in prison that you would earn you would earn points so that you could adopt a cat. And like at first you're like, oh my God, are you serious? You're gonna, and like they turned this prison around and people are using like their $5 and getting cat treats for these things. So they're pretty calming. So
I might have taken a picture of it. I know I did a couple of times, or maybe it's not here. I used to have a cat when I moved in with my friend. My friend had a cat named Kelly. It was a gray cat, and it was adorable. I have a couple of. I don't have any where she was sleeping like right next to me, because I've heard like their purrs can heal you. So I would just go and I'd like put her next to my shoulder, and it would work really, really well. And then I would like wake up and then realize that she had been sleeping on my hip for like 5 hours, and I was just crippled for the rest of the day.
Well, you have a way of contorting around your animals. I've learned that. I've seen my son like, on the couch and where like a cat kind of bedded in and he's like got an arm up there and he's like not moving and no blanket on him. So you kind of contort around them like children.
Yeah, well, I mean, teenagers can do that. They can sleep in really weird ways, and children, like they're like, I feel like as a teen, you're like really violent when you sleep. Like you're like, I don't know. I just remember, I don't know, like it in the face a lot. Like as a kid, you'd have like sleepovers or whatever, and like someone like, oh God, hit me in the face. Um. Anyway, Mitchell Locker says, if I knew how to buy securely, I would already have probably 2 million OMI. You guys, have you been more focused on certain Veve NFTs that you want, or have you been getting OMI, or have you just been focusing on other things? Have you gotten any more OMI recently?
I don't know if you were there, but we got 2 million more. So I think we're up to like 13 now. So yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, we did. My husband did buy into Pepe about like a week ago or so. So he's been on that train. He's been on the Pepe train.
So you guys are up a lot. Have you kept up with it?
We didn't take anything out yet, but I mean, we didn't put. Yeah, like this morning, we were like 12x up or something like that. I don't know. It settled down probably a little bit. But I don't know. We didn't put a lot. I mean, he threw a couple $100 in.
That's amazing. You guys,
but still,
you guys made that money.
Well, you don't make it till you pull it out, Randy.
That's true, but it's at like a 1.6 billion, or I'm sorry, 1.3 billion dollar market cap right now. It's mooned quite a lot. Like here's the last crazy. 7 days. The last 7 days got super high.
And you know what? It's like, to me, I had heard it on Twitter like immediately. And you hear so many things, right? You hear about so many coins all the time. And, my husband had come home and he's like, there's this Pepe thing. And I'm thinking about just throwing a little bit of money at it. And I'm like, oh yeah, I've been hearing about that space. He's like, why didn't you tell me? That's how this, and he was already in it. But he's like, you should have told me that. I said, listen, if I tell you every altcoin that people mention that could moon it on Twitter daily, we would be broke. So, how do you know the difference? But
so I really like this coin called Mong. It's MONG. Now it's up like 120% today, so like it's a lot. But it's still very cheap. It's still got like it's less than $100 million market cap. It's still like in like just the tens of millions. It's not really on any big exchanges yet. I tried to buy it, but when I sent my Bitcoin to Uniswap, it just disappeared. Cash App never got back to me. It's like, oh, hey, what happened to my Bitcoin? I'm like, I don't know. But I really do still like it. I do still like, so that's something if you want to roll some profits into there and watch that go up, I think that could be really cool. But again, I don't have any. So other projects. So we've had Cryptoys that announced that they have some Star Wars NFTs coming. We have people saying we really need that Palm DC NFT bridge ASAP, and there is some excitement on other platforms, which I think is really good for the space in general. What do you think? Do you think they could eat some of Veve's market share? Do you think that there is any reason to worry, or do you think that it could be cool, but right now it's just a nothing burger?
I think of course they could eat some of Veve's market share. There's not just one grocery store, right? I totally expect this, and I think it's good overall. I think Veve can get, if they can get more people into this, like that's what we're going to need. We need growth right now. So the more people that kind of come into the space, the more people that kind of look around, the more people that assimilate, ultimately they're going to find their way. If they like Star Wars collectibles, they're going to find their ways back to the golden moments and other things that other platforms have.
Agreed, 100%. And I would say that I want to say it's good that other people are eating Veve's market share, but let's say Veve had 40% market share, or probably more like 60 or 70, out of like Recur, DC, Heroes, let's say Palm, and all these other different types of places. let's say they had 60% market share out of, let's say like 1 million people or 500,000 people, whatever it was. I would much rather have 10% market share of 10 million people as opposed to 60% market share of just like, 500,000, just because it's just a lot more. So it might be a smaller piece of the pie, but it's just a larger amount in general.
Oh, absolutely. And it's tough to give up that market share when we already have such a small population. It seems much worse and much harsher, but I think people are going to, grow, and they're going to move. I've moved, I mean, Queen Veve, how far can I move? Where am I really going to go? Here to stay, right? With that kind of name. But, I've still gone into other projects because if you believe in, NFTs, why wouldn't I want a Superman comic? Like if you know what I mean? Why wouldn't I? Yes, it's not on Veve, but we want a Superman. I'm going to go there. HRO, I went there because, first, who knows where that's going to go. Recur went there, but I don't know about that one yet, but that's just what we do and how we grow. So,
Agreed. And even if like the platform fails, I still think that as long as somebody pays for the service, you're going to want to have the first Hello Kitty on the blockchain, even if it's not something that's, even if the platform fails. Like again, the first appearance of some of these characters in Pokemon are not the ones that are the most valuable, but there is still some value to them.
Right.
Like everyone likes the first edition Pokemon cards. That doesn't necessarily mean that's the first appearance of them in card form. You have the card ass ones, you have the Menji ones, so you have a bunch of them, and they do still retain value even though they weren't really popular sets in the future.
Yeah, and that's why I like listening to, people like you and people like Sean and My Collects and Comics and Crypto, because they have this idea of time from the physical world, where they know that you don't buy a pack of cards. I mean, what now you do? You can buy a $20,000 pack and hope you pull, the Michael Jordan or whatever. But they understand the way collecting goes, and you don't just normally produce something and instantly it's worth or it's cherished, especially in mass. And they just have that perspective. Whereas I don't think, we really have that perspective yet. It's too short to have a history yet. You know what I mean? So when I listen to those guys, it's like, you just think like it took a long time for us to want, these things that you see now. Have you seen that show on Netflix? It's about the collectors.
King Collect. Yeah, I've seen the first
King
episode.
Collects. Yeah, I mean, this is just time. So once again, if you're purchasing these things as collectibles, etc., you generally you're not going to expect the first month, week, even year or two that you buy it, that it should be 4 times its value. That's just unrealistic. So.
Agreed, 100%. So we do have a question from the audience, and I feel like every now and then every now and then. Sorry, I love that song. Every now and then you find.
Okay. Get a little bit. Okay, go ahead. We're not gonna sing.
Love Bonnie Tyler. Anyway, every now and then you do find people that have an interesting past, like Nick Offerman over as Ron Swanson over in Parks and Rec isn't just a Parks and Rec officer. He was once like a country singer, and April's mom had his records back in the day. So did you back in the day ever sample your voice as a disc jockey, as on a song? Because you have someone who says that your voice sounds familiar. Were you ever a DJ, or did you ever sample your voice for a song back in the day?
Oh, I hope they're talking to you.
No, they say, is Queen Veve a DJ? Saying her voice sounds familiar. Prince Toby comes and says she's not a DJ, but were you ever back in the day?
Never DJ.
Oh, okay. All right.
But that would be so cool.
That would have been so fun if you would have just had like this epic song that nobody knew was you. And yes, it is whiskey. Oh, so all right. Good to ask that. In the last couple of weeks, we've had some, I guess, issues, but some interesting things with MCP. Everyone got their levels. and then people got their levels taken away for like a day or so. And most people have their levels back. What level are you? How many MCP points do you have?
I am somehow, I started as a diamond 1 and now I'm a master, I think. So yeah. Although, typically I didn't do what, I didn't just like cheaply bring myself up to a master, Randy.
Don't at me. I feel attacked.
I didn't just scrounge the bottom to make my way to the top. I did it with quality.
I feel like the term C's get degrees is really valuable here. Like, doesn't matter. Got them.
You know what? It reminds me, I hate to say it, but my senior year, I knew what I was going to go do. And I did not need to take trig, or I didn't need to take calculus and physics. So instead of taking those really two, rough classes and ruin my senior year, I took like business math and something else. And I moved my position up to like the top 6 in my graduating class. And people were so angry.
That's amazing.
So it kind of reminds me of that. Like I did it so cheap, like it was like fill in the blank in business math. Like if bananas cost $20 and you give them, 22, how much change should you get back? So, but meantime, I was in all the other, AE and programs and gifted and all that, and I'm taking like business math, and people were so angry with me, and I was like, don't hate the player.
I had someone the other day. I was like going live, like, oh hey, so this is my these are all of the comics that I've bought, and like they're all like crappy comics. And somebody saw my vault value of the comics, and even though I have like I have 362 comics, they're only worth $836.
Oh my God.
So somebody is just like, what? And they literally just typed in like unsubscribe, Randy. Like they were so pissed off.
Like for real pissed off.
I don't know who it was, but they were just like, Randy, that's pathetic. And I was like, I'm sorry. I just wanted to get in the top 500 wallet so bad.
I wanted it so bad.
Dude, it was getting so bad. I was selling comics for like $5 so I could buy 2 comics at like $2.
Oh my God, that's rock bottom.
I felt like such a degenerate. It's like, oh, I'm gonna sell these 2 to get 2 more.
Oh shit! But you know what I like? Okay, so here's what I like: the burning of the Marvel collectibles. I like that because it's clear that in the beginning and during the bull run, this 5 pose 30,000 editions, looking back, not such a great idea. But, this idea of sacrificing, one of your collectibles, I'm seeing prices already start to go up. And now I'm even thinking, well, wait, what about next time? Like, yeah, I can get a Sue Storm right now for $9, but, she was just 6. So, to me, this was really smart because, they're making profit. Veve's making profit on the secondary sale from their perspective. And then they're taking them out of circulation, for us, and reducing our total circulation. So I like this idea. And, I could see if they keep doing this, maybe, some of those collectibles that, were pretty big are going to start to shrink and the ones left are going to go up.
Yeah, and I also think that people aren't taking into consideration that David had mentioned there's anywhere between 900,000 and 1 million wallets that have at least one collectible in them that are suspected bot accounts, that are suspended. They're in the ether. And, we have what, like 8 million NFTs on here?
Yeah.
1 million of those, literally 1/8 are gone because they're in those suspected bot accounts. They're probably not going to come back. So
Well, that's the difference, right? In the bot accounts, you know, and I don't know when or if or how we're ever going to get numbers. I mean, it's one thing if maybe people did something they shouldn't have done, you know what I mean, or they're under, you know, they're underage, you know, we have those accounts, but the ones that they know, like that they know dead on, these are bot farms, you know, especially the big ones, you know, maybe not the guy. I think I don't know who was it, Silicon, that said his brother-in-law bought a vibrator and used it for the buy now or something. And then later on, he's like, "Oh shit, I think that's a bot. We can't use that." But you know, for those big, you know, that they know, like it would really be nice to know those ones that are just like out.
Yeah.
Compared to the ones in limbo, the person that forgot, you know, the person that just, you know, hit it and then walked away, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's going to be interesting when that data comes out, I think.
I think so too. And
But
speaking,
yeah,
sorry,
but
go ahead.
I was just going to say 16,000 Spider-Man, right?
It's true. It's true. It's a good point. And
Confirmed.
speaking of burning, there are three things that you were not able to burn. You weren't able to burn the Sue Storm pedestal where the Invisible Woman was,
Mhm.
which I thought was a joke at first, but you're not allowed to burn her. You're not allowed to burn Moon Knight, and you're not allowed to burn the Marvel Mighties. And Alex had gone on Old Rhubarb's post and said twice, we must protect the Marvel Mighties at all costs. And even today, when talking about Guardians of the Galaxy 3, he said this was a mighty movie. Now, obviously, that was a tease that we're getting the new Marvel Mighties next week. But what do you think about that? That we're not allowed to burn the Mighties, even though there's hundreds of thousands of them, and also we are, you know, him just making we have to protect them at all costs. What do you think that means?
You know, I've listened to Alex say that 3 times. They tweeted it. He said it on the video, and then he came into a space and said it. And he said very clearly, you know, I think they're cute. I mean, you know, I mean it that way. I don't mean anything by it. So, you know, I want to believe him at face value because either he's got to kind of be straight all the time with us, or you know, we can't kind of have it both ways. You know what I mean? Because sometimes people say, well, they don't really tell us, you know, but then when they do tell us, we, you know, we just, we don't accept it sometimes. You know what I mean? like,
Yeah.
like we don't accept it. Like, you know, so he said, like, you know, whatever, he said very clearly, there will be no other use for these soul stones. So do not mint extras, or do not think they're ever going to be useful. And you know what people started saying? Well, I could see them being used again. And I'm like, he just told us that wasn't, yeah, I know, but they do that. So you know what? I don't know. Because after he said that on Spaces, he went on to say, please, I just think they're cute. I don't mean anything by that. End of story. So I don't know, Randy. I
Yeah.
don't know, but you know, one way or the other, you know.
So, I mean, you have the opposite end, which I really need to curb down, is that people were saying, "Oh, hey, Disney said they're not building their metaverse. They fired their metaverse team. Do you think Veve could be building their metaverse?" And I was like, "Listen, guys, Veve has enough on their plate, and Vive's not even building their own metaverse. They
That's what
license
I
it
was
out
going
to,
to say. How are they going to build
yeah,
Disney's?
like you know, they license it out to Cavernous. Cavernous is the one that's building their metaverse, which they're doing a
Yeah.
lot of really great stuff. So even if Bob Iger had said, "Hey, Veve, use whatever means you have to build our metaverse," it would probably take at least a year to get any working type of product. However, that being said, Disney is not Marvel. They have two separate contracts. Obviously, one for Marvel in general, then they have Marvel Mighties, then they have Disney contract. Like they're just two separate companies. Like Disney cannot have give anything utility unless they announce it first. Marvel, on the other hand, never said they would give any of the stones utility until they gave it utility. So I think that Marvel is possible that they could be part of one of our IP branded worlds. And we could possibly get that within a year. If Disney would be one of our IP branded worlds, I would think that would be at least a year, if not several years out. But I think the Marvel Mighties, I don't know, like, why would you not want to burn them? They're the ones that are the most, there's so many of them. Like I said, hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that we get an IP branded Marvelverse, or am I being a little bit of a moon boy?
I think we have a little bit to go. I think first, let's get out our homes. Let's start with that in my
Yes.
castle, which I'm long awaiting. And I heard David talk about specifically, people complaining about we have too many posters. Nobody wants those. He's like, but you know what? Eventually you are going to want to decorate your house or your, whatever. So I think we start there. The next milestone for me is to see these gated or this actual metaverse beyond that, where we start using some of our, token gated areas of the metaverse. Now, could they potentially, have a Disney gated area within the Veveverse? I don't see why not. Surely it won't be everything we would hope the Disneyverse to be with AR and, or with Oculus and interaction and all that. I absolutely don't see that. But could they perhaps have some sort of offshoot within the Veveverse that uses those Disney collectibles somehow? Yeah, I think that's possible. But I think first things first, let's get us our homes and give us some of those gated areas within the metaverse.
Agreed. So if you go and talking about the metaverse and saying, oh, hey, you see accessories. When Dan showed the metaverse on the Veve community update, you saw a tree in there, like a bonsai tree. You saw other things. With that, you're obviously going to have OMI 2 accessory at some point. It might not be right away. They might just give you the thing to decorate first. And then if you want accessories after like a couple months or so, you'll be able to use OMI. How much OMI do you have on the app? Do you have any on the app?
Yeah, we have some on the app. We do. And I can definitely see how you could do that. It's gamified. It's, it goes back to that idea of provenance. It goes back to the what haves and the have nots, if you will. Look at my this, look at my that. So I think people are going to get into that. I think they're going to like to display that. Look at what people pay for man caves. Look at what women pay to get their. It's like I have friends that they'll start on one room and their life is just constantly remodeling onto the next, like their whole freaking life. And if they're not doing that, they're updating pillows or getting a new couch or something like that, and men do that with cars and man caves, etc. So, if we really get on board, I could see those accessories. That would be fun. I mean, I wanted a Barbie dream house for Christmas to play with that again. I won't need that. I could play with my house inside the metaverse. Do my castle.
There was a place where I used to live with my friend Mark, place down the block from him. The person, but I think the lady like wore the pants in the relationship. The guy was very meek. The guy was very like you could tell the power dynamic. And she had, I guess they had purchased 2 plots of land. They had torn down both houses and they built a giant mega house like in the middle of like both the plots of land. I was like, oh my God. And eventually what I just found out and that's when I was living there. And now what I just found out is like every like 6 months she goes and redoes the floors, she redoes everything. And it's like, and they're spending like at least 50 grand every time they go and do that. And it's like, oh my God. So obviously I know between the layman people playing like Animal Crossing and they're going to say, oh, hey, let me redecorate my island, like redecorate my house. I've seen people do this in general in real life and in the metaverse and in video games.
Yeah. And not even to that extreme. I mean, I'll go to like, somebody that I know that isn't that well off, but she loves to decorate. So she'll just get new throw pillows and maybe, this time, but she's always changing. You know what I mean? She's always buying, maybe a new picture and swapping it out because she wants something new, that just keeps her happy. You know what I mean? And so I don't think it has a, a boundary between who does it and who doesn't. I think a lot of people do that. I'm not one of those people. I don't even like putting shit up on my walls, but I can see how in the right circumstance, a lot of people will like this.
I'll send you. I had a lot of people saying my wall looks really bare because there's nothing but just wall. So the giant thing that I have right there is a giant poster. It is a giant piece of art from this guy named Steve Cannon, who's a professional photographer.
Yeah.
And he has I'll send you the photo of it. It's really cool. He takes wildlife photography, and he's never shot like predators, like doing their thing. He's never shot like wolves or bears, and it's a really cool picture of a wolf. So I'm really excited to do that. I also know I have a like a spending problem, and I have it like I clearly have it with OMI and Veve NFTs, and when we get like OMI to land and OMI to all these things, I'm very scared that I'm not going to be able to control myself, and I'm going to spend a large amount of my OMI on land in the Veveverse, which I think I'm justifying it by saying it's a really good investment, which I think it will be. What about you? How much of your OMI, or I guess of some of your net worth, are you going to dedicate to land or to certain things in the actual Veveverse?
That's tough, Randy. That's tough right now. I don't know where we are with that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't there something with an OUP talking about how much you stake? What was
so
the
you're
caveat on that? Or if you were a full stake, you would get land. I can't remember how that went.
Yeah, so you're going to get a couple of things if you stake all the different levels. So they're changed it. They're merging, obviously, MCP and OUP, and they're going to make it loyalty, and that's going to be the new thing. So what they want to do is they want to avoid like the regulatory thing by saying, oh, you're staking, even though the staking that we're doing is real. It's not going to get more OMI. It's not going to yield you any more money. You're just going to get NFTs. You're going to get perks in the app, but they're not going to call it staking anymore. They're just going to call it like, oh, you're locking up your OMI for loyalty rewards. But the rewards will still be the same. You'll still get a free set of NFTs every single quarter if you stake the max amount. And then if you stake for a year, you'll get like this super set. But then if you stay for a year, you're also going to get these like gold tickets. Like you're going to have bronze tickets that you're going to be able to use OMI for.
Yeah.
I think they might change them to like loyalty points, but it's going to be the same thing.
Well, they're burning 100% of them now, which I like that, because I had no idea how they were going to help prevent whale behavior or overusage by giving them back 90% every time. So I like that change.
Yeah, so that's going to be really fun. That's going to be that's going to burn a ton of OMI, especially for the big drops. So that's why I'm kind of I'm excited for the drops they're not doing now, because I know that's going to be in the future. It's going to burn a ton of OMI. But yeah, one of those things will be, hey, you're going to get an extra gold ticket or super loyalty points, whatever they're going to be called. And you're going to be able to use that ticket to get land in the Veveverse. But again, that's only for the highest tier of staking. Maybe
that's what I thought. That's what I thought, because I looked at my husband immediately and I said, I need to stake at the highest tier. And he looked at me and said, well, you better get busy. And I'm like, shit.
Well, it really depends when the staking comes out, because I don't think
because of the price of OMI, right?
Yeah, because like right now, if you just have $4,000, eventually by next year when we do a 10x, you're going to have $40,000, and you're going to be able to stake just from that.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But yeah, I would have work to do at this price. I would have work to do at this price.
Same. Well, I mean, as far as OMI on the app, I have a bunch of OMI off the app, but I only have like less than half of the amount of OMI I need on the app in order to. So it's going to be a pain in the butt to bridge. There's going to be a bunch of videos. There's going to need to be a lot of how-to videos on how to bridge, because it is pretty confusing, and there is a lot of gas that you have to pay, the gas fees. Yeah. Sucks.
No, I think I still think everything's there. I just think the timeline's been, much longer than other people expected. Not much longer than I expected. How about that? I looked back, like I started thinking about, what did I expect and what was promised, or what did I think was going to happen? And have they continued to deliver? And just back from, 2 years where we are, to just kind of make a checklist of all those things I had. I mean, I remember when it was Disney ? Like, do you remember
Yeah.
looking at little slivers of an email or a PowerPoint slide that Cavell found in somewhere, and so, like hope, praying for Disney, checkbox, MTL, checkbox, MCP, like all these things, trying to get through a drop seamlessly, all these things were like great wishes and hopes, and Star Wars, like all these things, just they're still coming through. Now are they coming through in the 3 or 4 months or some shit that people thought? No, but when I go back to 2 years ago and I think about, what I hoped would come and what was up kind of promised or in my head that would come, all those things have come. You know, everything has come. The only thing that hasn't come, I will say there's an exception, is probably OMI on big exchanges. And, with Pepe going on, would they go on today, Binance or wherever they went out,
Binance and
14
KuCoin.
days old, and KuCoin, that, that's gonna, I think stir some questions. How does this coin that we know has apps of flipping no utility whatsoever, they make a joke that it's a rug coin and it's a joke. Please don't buy it. And they're going to be listed on a top exchange, and here we sit. So
not to like. Well, I guess I'll play devil's advocate a little bit here.
yes, please make me feel better about that.
Okay, so Pepe does before today, or before they announced it, had 100,000 holders. So they had 100,000 separate people hold the coin. OMI has a fraction of that. And they also had a ton of volume. Like they had, sure, they had the crappy exchanges that put on the exchanges just for the fees, but then they also paid for a little bit of the exchanges. But they had more exchanges, so they had a lot more volume. Like they had tens of millions, if not, I think 100 million in volume before they got on Binance. Now that they're on Binance, they have over 1 billion in volume. OMI is lucky if they get 750,000 in volume a day. And the only way to really go and do that is if you have a little bit of utility and a little bit of marketing, or I guess just the marketing and exchanges. So, and that's what they're waiting for. I did go over this super early in the video, we're at like the almost 3-hour mark now. But it's like a video game. Like if you have a task to say, go and get me a sandwich, you go to the sandwich shop, but you have no money. So the sandwich shop says, oh, I'll give you a sandwich if you go get me a newspaper. So you go to the newsstand, like, okay, let me get a newspaper. I'll give you this if you walk my dog. And it's just like a constant thing of things you have to do. And okay, well, how do we get on a big exchange like Binance? Well, you need to have like 100,000 holders. Okay, how do you get 100,000 holders? Well, you go and you need to market the token. Okay, well, in order to market the token, you need to have the app at least have maybe a little bit of utility, or the app has to have a couple of things on it. And David was on Veve Magic Stream the other day, and he had said, yeah, we just got the email saying we can start to market. Now, I don't know 100% who that was, because again, David is the CEO of Veve. He should be able to market as he sees fit. But because he's not just marketing his company, he's marketing all of the licensors on top of that. It's probably like a Disney or some other company saying, hey, don't market this until your app has this. We don't want our company being really associated with an app that's really not 100% fixed. So again, this is just like, I'm kind of assuming this, but I'll guarantee you we get an exchange by the end of the year. We probably should have gotten it in Q1, but I'll say we'll get it by the end of the year. And we can totally talk off camera about that later. But.
Yeah, and that doesn't make, that doesn't mean success either, right? I mean, that's not going to guarantee success. That's just going to make it easier to find, more visible, and put it out there. You still have to have some buzz. You still have to have, marketing behind it, like you said. But when I think back of those things that I initially thought of when investing in Veve and OMI, a lot of the boxes have been checked. MCP recently, coming out. is slower. Like I said, still waiting for OUP, still waiting for Metaverse. But it's still, they're still working their way down the list on that side of the house. OMI, you know, I'm hoping once the Veve side starts churning and starts moving and these things are in place, that's the ideal time to then start bringing, you know, the token into the ecosystem, you know, and building it up. So I am hoping to see that. But, you know, that was kind of the only thing that I really think that I looked back and went, well, that's kind of the only thing that didn't happen that I expected to happen. But
yeah, I totally expect it to happen too. It's just, again, like I said, I just went back to work a couple weeks ago, so I'm 100% fine it being here for the next 5 months, even though we're really the next year, but I think it'll start to move at the end of Q3, probably in Q4 sometime. So it'll be, yeah, got new goals, got all that jazz.
no, I like the way they've been moving though.
Yeah, I do as well. We have had a couple of different surprises, such as, I mean, just the announcement, like Luke Skywalker being a big role, which I expected something big for Star Wars Day. But we currently don't have anyone that can use the lightsabers. Like, hey, Ahsoka Tano has the Ahsoka lightsaber. Luke Skywalker is Return of the Jedi Luke Skywalker, so he has his green lightsaber. Do you have the lightsaber set, and which character are you most excited to pair with their particular lightsaber?
Yes, I do have. I have quite a few. I have a few sets, and Yoda. Yoda. I want Yoda. That's the one.
Are you caught up with the Mandalorian?
I am not, so don't.
I will not spoil. Okay, but yes,
Please
I would
don't.
love Yoda as well.
But Yoda, absolutely. And I think Grogu is going to be just, I can't wait to get him as well. Even though everyone calls him Baby Yoda, you know, Grogu, but he's so damn cute. Like, God, that thing's cute. So I'm excited for that down the road. I'm excited for both the characters. I think they're good characters. Two of my favorites.
I don't know if I forget what it was. Somebody edited one of my videos. They turned it into a short, so I have it on like the playlist of Chavez shorts, where if you see the Disney Platinum moments, one of them is Baby Grogu, and if we can get him as a Platinum moment, this is the weird thing about the app. I thought any Grail would like cause like a gem squeeze. Like I thought if you were to take Luke Skywalker, you would see all the Secret Eye of Agamotto, the Aether, you would see all of these take a dump, but you didn't. You saw them stay the same. It was just an extra couple 100,000 gems were added to the app that day to purchase Luke Skywalker and the secondary. So if we have something like a Baby Grogu coming, like what do you think can go and really get people to cause a gem squeeze?
To really cause a gem squeeze. I mean, I think Nintendo, I think Mario comes. Obviously, you know, I think Yu-Gi-Oh could do it. I think Pokemon would definitely do it.
Yeah.
Anything that we know that we have license for, I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to go through all the characters, like who we don't have or who's still left. I mean, we got Darth. So, you know, who else on Star Wars? I mean, I think Grogu will definitely do well with the cuteness, but I don't know if it's just going to be that, you know, that next Miles Morales, that next, you know, what is the next AF-15? What is the next Miles Morales?
You mean like a
I mean, if it's not of existing brands, I don't know. I don't have an answer for existing brands that we have right now. I'll have to think about it.
yeah.
For
I mean,
ones we don't. Yeah. But,
I think like they've been teasing that Hulk comic or not or the Wolverine comic for quite a while. So you need like a Hulk comic, Wolverine comic, or any. Yeah, you would need those. Or
Captain
some people are saying
America,
like
which I don't think people think that's going to come out because of it's the Hitler comic. I'm not sure
wait,
if
which
that
one?
was the Captain America.
Oh yeah, where he punches Hitler in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you want
Because
that though.
that's I believe that's the next, the very expensive,
Yeah,
up there, and the few tiers that we have left, because it's pretty full. I mean, with the ones we have up there now, Fantastic Four number one, AF-15, just we already have so many of the Gym 83, the Gym 85, so many iconic ones are already dropped that
yeah.
yeah, that one would do it though. I think that one would definitely do it. Um, but from a
So,
collectible, I don't know. What do you think? Do you have someone that you think, or something that you think would just blow it out of the water?
of things that we already
Yeah,
have,
like
the list.
Marvel, Pixar, like of our brands that we know we already have. Um,
Well, I mean,
Black and white,
some of the stuff
maybe.
is really interesting because, like, let's say like Moana. Moana made like almost, I think, like $700 million at the box office in the movie, and they've already greenlit her for a live action movie that The Rock announced on Instagram. Like, that's how popular it was, and that drop did not do well at all. Like, it made maybe like 15,000, $20,000. It didn't do well at all.
Right.
And same thing with Encanto. Like, I don't know. I remember 10, oh God, it was 10 years ago already, that when Frozen came out in December 2013, it took over the world. Like, Let It Go, you saw it everywhere. People
Oh, I
singing it
know, I know.
upside down and backwards. And when you see Encanto, as we don't talk about Bruno, I was mentioning this before, every single person, like it was everywhere.
Yep.
And that Encanto drop, same thing. It did not do well at all. So you have a really interesting dynamic with the some of the VV peeps that really like the old school type of stuff. Like, they like the Darth Vader, they like Luke Skywalker, they like the Mickey Mouse. The newer stuff, they don't really seem to resonate with at least as much as they do old school.
But it's also, I also think that goes back to that time, and that collectible time that it's going to take, for things to kind of, we just said things don't just drop and then they're popular usually. I mean,
Yeah,
there's a few things that are created and then are sought after as high value collectibles. But for the most part, collecting and value takes time and age, and it needs to go through multiple generations,
yeah,
much like Fantastic Four number one. And that's why we like those older comics, and people pay so much. They're scarce, they're old, they've had time, to become collectible. Something like Encanto, that's 5 years old. What is that? Like, that could be shit. I mean, no offense to anybody that loves that movie, but you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not Mickey Mouse. He's 100 years old. Like, you're
yeah,
4. You know what I mean? And I think we're the people buying right now, and that's, we're not necessarily buying thinking that our children who need to, go to college, make money, get extra money, and then they're
yeah.
going to want to go back and go, oh my God, and God, I love this 40 years ago. It's too fucking late for us, Randy. You know
Yeah.
what? It's too late.
Um, so we have a couple of Lion King things. We have, Timon and Pumbaa, but I really think like a Mufasa. James Earl Jones really has amazing characters. He picks really good scripts. I would say like a Simba or Mufasa. I think they would do really well. Like I said, Grogu or Yoda would do really well. But yeah, like if Yoda, if Luke can't make a gem squeeze, which again, it's not like he didn't do well. Like, the drop sold $309,000 in a second, but
Yeah.
the
I
fact that
was
he couldn't cause a gem squeeze was really interesting.
You know what? I was surprised as well. And I was a little disappointed because he had his lightsaber, because I was kind of hoping that there would be that, that mix and match we kind of thought about. I think that
Yeah,
maybe the lightsabers would be, maybe not. You and I talked about that. I'm looking to see where he's sitting right now. I haven't taken a look at him in a while. I was thinking that maybe that would happen, but that's not happening. So I don't know what the plans are. Um,
so this does bring me to a question though. You've had David on, I think, at least twice, and
yes.
he's had one time he had mentioned, oh, like I think it was last year, like late last year, he said, Yeah, we're in talks with Pokemon, and even though he mentioned it in like October, I'm pretty sure those negotiations had been going on for quite a while, several months before then. And then, but at that time, he wasn't necessarily bullish or bearish. He was just neutral, just saying that we had had these conversations with them. And then earlier this year, I forget what month. You could probably remind
Yeah,
me.
it was February. Yeah,
Okay.
so I had him in, yeah, when Al came in, it was about a month before Christmas. I'm gonna say somewhere around October, November timeframe.
Mhm.
And then David came in again and I followed up with him in November or shit, February.
February.
So yeah, and he said, yes, we are still working. We're still working it.
And he
And
was much more bullish. He said that negotiations were going fairly well at that point.
he did. He
Yeah.
did.
And I don't think he would have said that unless they were really going well, because you don't want to say that and then they don't go through, and then you look like a d-bag. Because I feel like they were going.
Well, I think no matter what, it's going to be hard on their ego if they don't get Pokemon on the
Yeah.
platform, and that's going to be tough just because, where David is, where Al is with respect to the company, um, you know, uh, Padawar, we have a lot of bravado, Pokemon bravado on our team. And if we couldn't, nail them down, that I think that would be very disheartening
Yeah.
for the team. David even, responded. Somebody said, which collectible do you wish we had or something like that? And he put Pokemon. So, I think he wants it just as bad, if not worse, because, that's a little bit of, you almost expect these guys to
Yeah.
nail this down. Now, to me, the only way that that could fail is, or that they won't get it or won't get some part of it, is if they just go their own way and do their own thing and, just make their money, independently, which, we got to prepare for.
Yeah.
It could happen. Um, but I'm hoping that they have enough of a relationship they could show how well Veve has done with Marvel and Disney, and transition it easily for them. But I would bet we were in some competition for Pokemon NFTs with some people.
I think the competition would just be between Vivi and Pokemon and then the Nintendo company saying, "Oh, we could probably do this ourselves," even though there's a lot of evidence to suggest otherwise. Like a lot of other platforms try it themselves and they really don't do that well.
Yeah.
But again, Pokemon obviously has that big chip, biggest company in the world. So
Right. But
we'll
is
see.
it worth them figuring it all out? I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
it is.
it's a
Hopefully
big
it isn't. Hopefully it
it's a
isn't.
big learning curve. So hopefully they take heed on that. And they're like, "Oh yeah, we don't want to." I mean, again, and Nintendo in general is like what a I don't know, were they like a $60 billion company, give or take? So they don't have as much money as let's say like a Disney or an Apple. They're not like a
Right.
multi-hundred-billion-dollar company or $1 trillion company.
Right. Yeah. I just yeah, I hope that we do end up seeing those, but if not, I'm sure we will go to that platform and probably buy those. And Walgreens and CVS, you're going to have different players. So it is
Agreed.
possible. But I hope that they are still pursuing them and that they are able to lock it in place. But you may also remember, David said that we were going to be getting something that, how did he put it? That we can all remember from childhood, or that has been with us. And my very first thought I remember was Nintendo. Like, that was the first thing. I think I even said it out loud. I'm like, Nintendo.
Oh,
So,
that'd be great.
um, I'm waiting for, what was that? So,
I mean, I would hope Nintendo because that does span generations. Like Cabbage Patch Kids, like kids that were born in like the maybe like mid '90s might not remember Cabbage Patch because I was like in the '80s more. Uh, so I would say maybe not them, but also that was a huge thing. So I mean, we'll see with that.
yeah.
Um, as far as interoperability goes, JK Lexerp says 5 to 10 years in the future, do you think we'll be able to move our NFTs to any crypto chain? Or do you think it'll just be specific chains? Like, oh, well, anything on the Ethereum blockchain you could go and do, or maybe Polygon, something like that.
From my perspective is I think that's going to be difficult. I think that, you might be able to take your files and put them on your ledger or something like that. But I think for them to be, fully used the way that they're intended to be used with AR or with their, with their characteristics, et cetera, and everything that they're supposed to bring or do, I think that's going to be very difficult to replicate, outside of Veve or the Veveverse. Can you take them off? Yeah, I'm hoping that you can, just for the people that insist upon that, my keys, my wallet, and take them off. But I think for them to be functional in the way that we're going to want to present them and the way that we're going to be able to use them is going to be limited to where they're accepted. What do you think?
I'm laughing because Kid Arcade says, I'm burning my secret rare miles tomorrow.
Some rich guy's going to do it. And I'm waiting for some guy that has too much money. And I say guy because no woman is going to, boob swing like that. But I can see
yeah, women are really smarter.
swinging it around like, there's my secret rare mouse.
I know of a secret rare that's going to be burned a lot in the future. Like next year, there's going to be a ton of them. I'll let you know later.
I know what it is.
Oh, okay, good. He said he's joking on that. He says he doesn't even have one. Dude, that secret rare mile is like $11,800 now. That's insane.
Really?
Yeah. You don't have one, do you?
I'm looking to see where the Lukes are kind of hanging at.
Which one?
I did not get one on drop. Well, the common 65, or the rare. I'm sorry, the rare 65. It's not too bad. At least they're above retail.
Yeah.
The ultra rare, which I heard a lot of people bitching about the way the ultra rare looked. I can't see very well, so I think it looks fine. 145. That's not bad.
Yeah.
They were available for $100,
Yeah. And you can get a sub 100 for like $70, $75 more than that, because it's only $220 for a sub 100. And then if you really want to go crazy and get a sub 50, you could pay like $700 for it. But I think right now, if the sub 100 you get for $220, I think that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, we had an interesting conversation the other day in one of the spaces. Somebody had brought up and they said, I can't believe the 42 secret rare and 43 secret rare are only double the floor price. They should be worth.
They sold that day at 15
and
1600.
Yeah. They did. And he said, I can't believe they're worth double with the floor price. And somebody came up and said, well, why don't you go buy it? And but that was a different conversation. But the person who was hosting the space attributed that to the OTC deal. That the OTC deal has caused a lot of fear in these low mint collectors. And I didn't necessarily agree with it. I didn't say anything because I believe the team is going to stick with no sub 40s will be sold. I believe they're sticking with that at this point. Comics, completely up for debate. They've made no such promises on the comics. So I didn't really know if that was the reason those were still low, more so than just, people right now, it's just a rough time to keep buying. So yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think the OTC has scared the low mint? Now, like I said, I could see the comic collectors for sure, but I'm not really scared on the low mint of the collectibles.
So there was one whale that I know that had a number 41 that he paid a decent amount for and said, listen, the OTC deal scared me. I sold it. He took a profit because he was worried about it. Mm-hmm. And now it doesn't necessarily have to be Veve because, again, out of those 90 that they keep, most of them do go to the licensor if they're like a Marvel or Disney, those type of things. If it's a VVIP, like their VV logos, there's no licensor that keeps the first 40. Like that's all VV. So they're going to be giving those out. So at some point, my number 41 will be because they'll be giving out the sub 41s. But it's really up to the licensor. Like VV didn't give away the number 40 and number 39 Red Skulls. It was Marvel Unlimited. Marvel gave that through their Marvel Unlimited thing. So VV has really no control over that just because that's part of the licensor.
So wait, back it up. You think the licensor have control of those 1 through 40 collectibles?
At least Marvel does. Well, at least most of them. Because David had mentioned before that, I don't know if that was public.
I was going to say, because last we've checked, Dan has said there is no intention to sell or release those sub 40s. And David reiterated that on the court.
So I think, thinking about it now, I think it was public. I have to find out where it was. I really have to find out where it was. Save my behind. But him saying that just like if you have like dolls, like physical dolls, let's say like 1 of 500, and you were to have to go and have the first couple of mints go to the licensor for like quality check to make sure that they were all working well and they were all exactly the way.
Yeah, he said that's why they hold back 40 no matter what, because back in the day that was the standard that you would pull for the check. Yeah. That's why they always pulled back, use that number, because we had questioned him on why would you keep 40 of 150 mint? Like that doesn't seem right. So I think that was on the t-shirts, the t-shirt NFT giveaway, if you remember that.
I don't think I do.
From Decon. You don't remember?
Was it the it wasn't a VV
London
thing, right?
It was Decon London. Yeah.
Was it the one where I'm looking for my shirt. It's on my bed. Don't judge me. Okay, I can't find it.
I believe you.
But if you take a look at the Red Skull, the number 39 and the number 40 weren't given away by VV. They were given away by Marvel via their Marvel Unlimited app. Now, the only reason I think that they would do that is because their Comic Galaxy app, where you could pay like $10 a month for a lot of comics books to read, they're shutting that down, and they're bringing all those people to the Marvel Unlimited app, where they do VV giveaways. So I think that's why they did that. But again, I don't think VV had any control over that. That was a Marvel giveaway. And you can see the number 40 Red Skull on there for, I think, like $25,000. So whoever they gave it to sold it, and that person that bought it has it for $25K. So there is a worry of that, but I think that is very few and very far between.
Yeah, I think they need to figure it out. It doesn't bother me so much because I always took it as those 40 would also, potentially be used to, add to their value as a company, as held, kind of held assets, monetary assets. However, they've gone back and forth or not quite been clear and things. So I really think it will help. And, David had mentioned this on the court. And then recently I have heard Alex and Ryan speak about it, that Alex and Reese are working on essentially, a handbook, or a book of rules where basically they will lay these things out, right, wrong, or indifferent. We know, you know what I mean? Instead of this, well, we have the right to do anything. Give us a heads up. If you guys are going to keep the first 20, 40, whatever, just let us know. And I think that will help a lot with the community.
I think so too. So usually at the end of each season, they go and say, oh, hey, this collectible from this season, we're going to go and kind of fix.
Yeah.
We have Kid Arcade saying, Elektra doesn't even look that bad. And I feel like when you say, if you don't look that bad, they do look at least a little bit bad. With a bunch of them being burned, do you think they even need to fix Elektra? Because a lot of them are going to be sacrificed and they're going to be for that Soul Stone or for that Gauntlet.
I don't think they should fix Elektra. She's iconic at this point. You can't. She's
Okay.
like the messed up comic book that you get, with the ink in it or something. She's like the error collectible.
That's fair. I'll take that. In the
Well,
error of it.
right? It's part of the history. I don't think they should go back and fix her. I just don't. I think she's part of the history at this point.
Yeah, I think that when they have like I think they did that with they did it with like actually the Eddie Riso. Like he was not supposed to be a first edition, but they kept him like that was the mistake they made. But they kept that error. Same thing with the Stephen Pugh Harley Quinn as a first edition.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Right, I understand that.
Yeah. About that.
So which ones do you want to be fixed, if not Electra?
I want my. Oh, I wish I had it here. Fixed. What do you mean? So you mean like that? I don't think look very nice.
Yeah, and maybe you might want to touch them up a little bit, like whether it's America Chavez or it's like the Tarzan one or although the Tarzan one actually does look like the original artwork it was supposed to look like. So I think that's fair because it's not the Disney version of Tarzan. It's the old school one. I don't know. I feel like some people have.
Well, I don't have a Tarzan, so I don't. I mean, I hate to say it, I don't have a Tarzan, so I don't really care. Hulk, I like Hulk. I don't think he looks bad. I've heard people complain about Hulk. I like him. I think he looks fine. There's not much. I do still have some lingering questions, like what is in Catwoman's safe?
When you zoom into it, what do you see? Like it's like nothing, right?
It's part of kind of like a joke where, for the longest time, if you remember how hyped up everybody was, like what could be in the safe, and I want to just ask David, I want to be like, what's really in Catwoman's safe? Like, could you imagine if you could open and there'd be like some OMI in it or something?
I remember, oh dude, they could sell, you've seen the original Willy Wonka, right? Where
Mhm.
there's like, oh, hey, if you get lucky enough to have a golden ticket, you get to go and be part of our thing. So wouldn't that be great of saying like, hey, most Catwoman cages or their safes will have just like 1 or 10 OMI in it, but there's going to be a lucky person that's going to have 1,000,000 OMI in it or something like that.
That would
I
be
think
so cool.
that'd be
And
dope.
it just goes back to just thinking about the way that, there were so many ideas and hopes, and there still are for different collectibles. But I remember like back buying that, whatever it was, 2 years ago, thinking, oh my God, what's going to be in her safe? That's going to be so freaking cool. And now here we are later. I'm like, what? There should be something in that damn safe.
I remember, I forget what date it was, but if someone can probably look it up on like a Mutascan or whatever, where she actually sold out on my stream. Like I was streaming one night and there was a bunch of things that were selling out. I was like, oh my God, she sold out. She sold
I
out.
bought
Like,
one of her then. Yeah, I bought one of her then.
I really want to find that. I really want to see what happens. A business says Thor looks hecked. Like Thor, the first appearance Thor, like the statue, apparently.
Oh,
I like
no.
him though.
Oh boy, no, that was no. I am surprised though. Luke is much rarer than Vader, and
Yeah.
not not that much more above, where Vader's numbers are. Interesting.
I mean the animated Luke is so much less than the animated Vader.
Yeah.
Yeah, animated Vader
500.
has 2,000 more mints,
Yeah.
and he's so much, and he's like 7 times as much. So I thought that's really interesting too.
I think it's interesting too that second edition C3PO. Have you seen the price of that thing? That thing was like $840 when I looked at it today.
I'm gonna check that out.
That set is really, it's the one with the R2D2. But what do you think it is?
I know that's the animated version of R2D2. I have to take a look for it. It's not working in the search button, so I have to go and scroll for it. It's gonna take a while.
It's not R2D2. It's the C3PO. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's in that same set with the R2D2, right?
Yeah. And I think there's only like 400 of those things. But that's holding it, really doing well. Um, some of these more scarce Star Wars items are doing well.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now. Okay, here is November 3rd of last year. Oh yeah, you have that Lola. Completely forgot about that.
Lola's, yeah, I think she's at like 330, 340.
Oh wow. Yeah, these are I don't so you obviously really like Star Wars, right? You really enjoy it.
I do. I like collecting the stuff too. I like buying stuff. Oh yeah, I like buying stuff. And I know, don't let me forget because
That was great.
Hold on. Oh gosh, I don't know if I can do this. Where's this one? Courtesy of my props guy, also my son.
Yeah,
So yeah.
your son had that on the other day. Thought that was
Really?
dope.
Alex
Yeah.
had one too in the back. But I like the way I like the light, I like the stones in it. And yeah, so these are sons, both my sons. So, but I do love to play with this. This one's like amazing to play with. But anyways,
So, question, and this is going to be more directed to you as a mom and not as like a well, I guess moms are people too, obviously, but
okay.
so your son does watch me, and your son is not like a child, not like a kid. Your son's not like 8, some teenager,
Right.
but still fairly young and impressionable. How do you feel about your son watching the real Randy Chavez? Do you try to limit the time, or do you try to be like, hey, don't, maybe you shouldn't take all or any advice from him, or what are your thoughts?
well, well, I was okay with it for the most part. But when he came to me and he said, "Mom, Randy's making out with Dashy," I was like, "What?"
I got super chatted for that. They like,
He's like, and they paid him $50. I'm like, Randy is such a cheap whore. He needs to quit. But
I love you so much.
then I remembered Dino doing push-ups. Every time he'd get like $1 super chat, he'd do like 10 push-ups. So like I remember I would just like hit it and just make him do push-ups.
At least he was getting in shape.
Oh shit. Yeah, but that's mom, they gave him $50. I'm like, Randy will do anything for homie Maxwell. He's like, I know, Mom. I know.
Yeah.
No, you're pretty good. Yeah.
I try.
Yeah,
I
you
do
don't
know that.
swear too much. You don't, I don't hear you swear very often or you say heckin' or something like that. You usually don't get too in the dirt, too in the mud. Um, but yeah, no, he likes watching you though. So
Okay, cool. I'm glad to have the. I don't know if you remember those old cereal commercials, like kid tested, mother
mother
approved.
approved. No, let me rephrase that. I'm not recommending all mothers. I'm just saying I know what my son can discern, and understand some of the humor and but nah, it's good. It's good. He likes a lot of the movies, a lot of the characters, big Marvel. I mean, yeah. We just have boxes and boxes all over this house, like shields, winter shields, regular shields. I mean, what did he send? What else did he give me? Oh yeah, he's like, well, if you put on the one, here's this, you could wear this too. I'm like, I don't think I should wear this on stream. But so
That's
it's fun
amazing.
buying this stuff though.
That's amazing.
Oh, but yeah. Are you you're going for the gauntlet tomorrow? Do you have your stones? Are you sitting it
No,
out? What are you
I
doing?
sold them. I
Oh,
sold them. Yeah. So again, the addict part of me was just like, oh, hey, I could. But now I sold the Aether when it was like $80 or $90. Like I didn't sell it when it was like. And so here's what I did. There's this group. I won't mention who's in it. But there's this group called the Randy's Angels Chat, and there's this one woman in there that's like, hey, I want a secret rare Agamotto, but it's too much. And this is when it was like $450, give or take. And I was like, you know what? I was looking to sell this, and I could give it to you at a discount for like 375. And she's like, okay, this is great. Because she's in that like Randy's Angel, just support women. And then literally like 2 days
by
later,
having them in a gaggle?
no, it was
Is that like your book of women?
no. I don't know. They just like I forget how this was like created. It wasn't even me. It's like I okayed it. Like anyway, you could be in it if you want.
I don't know what the duties and responsibilities are of Randy's Angel.
It's just like is harem the right word? This is like a group of women.
That would be it. I'm going to be out of that, Randy. I'm married.
Oh yeah, no, I mean it's not like there's nothing like anyway. Like 2 days later it was like 550, so I sold it at 375, and then obviously now it's like double that. So I'm really really salty that I did that. But I did that because I was like, oh, do you know how many $2 comics I can get with this? Like
Oh
it was,
my God.
yeah, it was. It was just
So
so
you're
like sitting there buying all these like Squirrel Girl comics and these like the Captain America comics at like $1.89 at the time.
Randy, you know what though? Sanjay did the same thing, but he didn't need to. But he just did it for shits and giggles and to pad things for extra burns. He's like, yeah, I just took like like $2,000, and I just got like 1,000 comics, and I'm like, what the?
Yeah,
I'm like, oh,
like
I have not done that yet.
nobody cares about Jeff the Land Shark, but I have 33 comics of the West Coast Avengers or his
I don't
first
even
appearance.
remember that one.
Nobody does. That's why I'm able to get it so cheap. Yeah, so that's why.
Oh shit.
And so I was getting that. I was getting like sub 100 Marvel Mighties, and I was just. And again, I went back to work, not really because I needed to. I didn't have to spend this much. I just like went back to work so I could buy more Marvel Mighties and more of these, and it's a sickness.
So
It's
you're
like
not going for tomorrow's drop then, I take it.
no, because I mean that's just. I mean, I guess I could if I really
'Cause
wanted
it's
to.
just a blank gauntlet.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, you could if you wanted to.
Who would want that? I think it's going to be amazing. I can't believe. It's going to look cool.
I think so too. What's your favorite joke NFT? Like for April Fools, I didn't think they were actually dropping the Invisible Woman because that's the third Invisible Woman that we have. You have one of the Marvel Mighties, you have the Sue Storm, like the actual statue, and then you have the other one. But I also think that there are four Fantastic Four things. You have the Reed Richards version, you have the Invisible Woman, you have the holiday card, and then you have, the other one. So what's your favorite joke NFT?
My favorite joke NFT, but it probably shouldn't be a joke NFT. I don't think it's meant to be a joke, but the Smack, Crack, and Pot collectible.
Wait, is that the one where he's injecting like sugar into himself?
No, that's
Oh,
a different one. That's the frog with the shoes on, the what do you call it? The Crocs on. No, it's Snap, Crack, and Pot, and that I just think that one's hilarious. It's a one of the serial killers, but to me, that's kind of the joke. Kind of a joke. Just it's just so bizarre that I think it's funny.
There was a
Um,
dude that bought like 80 of those like Christ ones, the ones like QHRIST, like after you get like the breakfast supper of all of them. Like there was someone that bought a bunch of those. I don't know where those went.
well, those golden, the golden Frankenmuth, those are holding pretty well.
Yeah, those
I'm
are
not,
over $300, right?
yeah, I was surprised by that.
Well, they're super scarce because not everyone that has a VV logo had gone and done that. So I think they're
Yeah.
yeah.
And
Um,
but they'll have time to collect those, or how does that work?
oh, you go up to David
No,
and
I
Dan.
mean moving forward, do you have like so much time to
Yeah,
like
you have a year, I think, to do it.
okay,
So depending on their next event, hopefully their next event's going to be in Canada in the Montreal Fan Expo.
okay.
And if it is, that's going to be in August. But I won't be able to go to that because I'm going to be at Taps's wedding, so I'm not gonna
Have
miss.
they announced they still have not said
Well,
whether or
they
not
applied to be an exhibitor at there. They're just waiting to hear on if they're going to be an exhibitor.
what
So,
about the cons?
oh yeah, New York and San Diego. Listen, they haven't officially announced it, but
Yeah,
I don't think that's up to Vivi. I'm pretty sure it's Marvel saying, "Hey, you're coming." Like, because if you've been to them, so you see like the actual Marvel Mighty statues that they put there. Like those are
right,
Marvels, those aren't Vivi's.
right.
Um, I like I said, I don't think that's up to, I think that's in their contract. Hey, you have to come to this. This is like our foray um into like the Web3 space. So I'm pretty sure it's San Diego, New York. They are going to.
Why do you
Um,
think that they would be holding back on telling us that?
um, I so
Because I kind of looked at it different because they hadn't announced it yet. I thought maybe they were maybe pressing on Marvel a little bit to,
oh, to not
continue.
go.
Oh no, to be at the booth, to be with them again, beside them. That's where I was worried. The concern was, is this Marvel not being sure that they want to go? They want to be on display again with Veve this year.
Oh,
I was more worried that's what was holding it up, because if it was like you say, I would expect that they would be announcing it.
so will I'm not, again just based on my perception of things.
Uh huh.
Obviously, I don't know, but I'm almost like they'll be at San Diego New York Comic Con. Like again, just because of Marvel. Again, so Disney, obviously, because we have Cryptoys. Disney doesn't have a Vivi doesn't have an exclusive deal with Disney of the NFTs, but they do have that exclusive deal with Marvel, at least for the next X amount of years. Now, Marvel could go at any time and they could rework the contracts before it's up and say, hey, we don't want you for the next 5 years. We want you for the next 10 years on top of
Gotcha.
that.
Okay.
So that's just kind of where I'm coming from. But
Now I hope
I
you're
could be
right.
wrong.
I know parties are already being arranged, and
Yeah.
I we did get emails today talking about pre-ordering tickets. So it was like, okay, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
Yeah. What are you going to do?
I don't know yet. I don't know yet.
I think last year's Comic Con was really fun, at least New York, because we got to be there. We got to be there with some really cool people.
I was it was it was a good time. It was absolutely a good time, and I still think it would be a good time again.
Yeah.
Um, like
I'll
I
be
said,
much less busy this year because there's no way I'm having two separate whale dinners in conjunction with those dinners with the party. I'm not going to be that busy this year. I refuse.
yeah, that was pretty busy. That was just busy in general. And I know I'm not wearing 5-inch heels to Comic Con ever again.
Oh my God, I felt so bad. That was nuts. Um, if I'm going to be sharing a room with Foster, I don't care if I share a bed, but we are doing a tub stream. So that is the fans are demanding that.
Well, if I go to Comic Con, I am coming in on a horse and carriage.
Do it. So
My
I don't.
husband said I'm not allowed to hire any dwarfs, though. So I said, oh. He's like,
I
no.
so
I'm like, why?
so I know this guy Kevin, who is a short person or vertically challenged. I don't know what they call themselves. Um,
A little person.
I'm
I'm sorry, a little person, not a
yeah.
dwarf.
I
A
don't know what
dwarf in it. An actor. A dwarf.
I don't.
An actor.
I don't know. Yeah, whatever the correct term is, but I'm pretty sure he would be like him, and he's probably got a couple of friends. Like, yeah, we're gonna go. We like because he was in San Diego. No, he was in New York too. He was in New York too. Me and Veve fan know him. He's a cool dude. He would totally be into it. He would totally. I don't know if you saw this. Um, I don't know if you saw this ad. Or it was a story about an ad. This guy had like his son was like being like a real like D-bag, like mouthing off in school, being like a bully. He's like, all right, if you're bad one more time, I'm gonna call the dark elves and they're gonna take all your Christmas presents. He's like, there's no such thing as dark elves. So he put out like an ad on Craigslist. He's like, I'm gonna pay you $250. Like I need a dwarf. I need a little person to go and you're gonna need to go and climb up the ladder that's gonna be on the side of the house, and you're gonna go into the room and you're gonna steal all the shit that's in there, and you're gonna jump out the window. You're gonna land on a beanbag, like a beanbag chair that's down there, like $250, and it's written
Oh my
in the perspective of the dwarf that does this, and he's just like, yeah, and I get this letter is like you're gonna need to wear this, and it's like a dark elf costume. So he's in like a black suit, like a morph suit with like elf stuff on him, and the kid like crapped his pants. Uh,
That's one way to do it.
so Blaze, they are going to. David said he's very good friends with like a 60-year-old whale in Australia, and they are going to do an Australian event at some point, not specifically for her, but just so she can go to an event. So they will do that at some point.
Okay.
I forget what we were talking about. Oh yeah, so if I can get you and I don't want to ask to just be you, that might be inappropriate. Can I get you and your hubby, maybe not in a tub stream, but maybe like a hot tub stream, like at the pool?
Yeah, we can do that. That'd be fun.
Okay, that'd be cool. Cool.
Right. Start working out tomorrow.
Do it.
Oh no, yeah, we like I said, we did just get the papers, saying, like, do you want to pre-order? And it's like, oh, the worst part about that trip, though, it was really good, but the worst part was the hotel
Of New
bill.
York?
Oh shit. Yeah.
Wait, why?
It was excessive. Well, I brought my mom and my son with me. So we had 2 bedrooms. One, just one, but 2 bedrooms, or two beds, 1 bedroom. And it was $800 a night for when we stay there 5 nights. That was a rough hotel room bill. Like that
That's a
was
lot.
rough. That was rough. But we were like a block away. We were literally, you know what I mean? Like you went down, you crossed over, and there you were.
Oh, that's really good. That's
I
why you
don't know
paid
if we're
top
going
dollar.
to do that again. I don't know if we're going to do that again, though.
Yeah, I mean, stay, 10, $20 away. Heck, you could walk. I mean, I feel like walking is part of the experience, is being able to go and see everybody else walking. Like, you don't even need directions, just follow the other people in costume. But you could just take an Uber, or you could take one of those things. So it doesn't
Yeah,
have to
that's a
be.
good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. But I don't know. We'll see. I know my son wants to go. But it's about time to start figuring it out. But I don't know, if you end up not using your tickets, can you pass those on, or can you resell them? Or are they real strict with that because of scalpers?
So like they say they are, but every single year for the past like 5 or 6 years, I've gone on and bought tickets from other people because they're like really hard to get, especially for San Diego.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just really hard to get, and I've never had an issue. Like they don't check IDs at the door or anything. They got a little weird when it was like during the pandemic, and they're like, "Oh, you need to be
Yeah, that
vaccinated,
makes
you have
sense.
like a thing." I don't know if I doubt they have that anymore.
Yeah,
But we'll see.
gotcha,
Um,
gotcha.
yeah. But so I got a press pass for Fan Expo. It's in Philadelphia. You're not there, right? You're in Pittsburgh.
Other side, yeah.
Yeah, other side. Okay, so you're near more like Morgantown, West Virginia. You're like on the other side of the.
Yeah, Pittsburgh. We're right outside of Pittsburgh. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty
Okay.
much across the state. When are
Gotcha.
you going? What are you?
I
What are
think
you?
it's in June or July. I hope it's not June. That's next month. Oh no, it is next month. It's June 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Yeah. Where does time go?
Ugh, I don't know. It's wild, but there's I don't know. I've been really thinking about that recently because since I got back to work, and the people I work with just are a little bit older, and they all have like families and kids, and like, yo, Chavez, when you get little bambinos, when you settling down, I was like, oh, dude, I don't think I can do that. Um, I don't know. Like when also at some point, I think I might just be a little like old. Like I don't know. I know people have kids like in their 40s and stuff, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Like when do you think is like, hey, you should probably have kids now or just not have kids at all?
Oof. Oof. Mm. Oh, that's a tough. That's a tough one. Well, I guess it would depend on how old your wife is too, right? Or
That's a
the
good point.
person you're having kids with. I think the thought is if you have kids and you're late, they're gonna have to deal with you being gone quicker. You know what I mean? Like no one I don't think really wants to be like 70 years old and their kids graduating, high school. That's rough. You're only leaving them, a few years of adulthood. So
Yeah.
that's my thought though. I mean, I think other people would maybe disagree. Like, you raise them and then you've done your job and you move on, but I think at some point it's a little bit unfair to the kids, but I, you know, I still have grandparents. So, you know,
Good for
I
you.
still I still have grandparents. So, I don't know. I think you want to be around. And I think once you have them, you're going to want to be around. And I did always say like, God, I wish it would have been a little bit earlier. Like I wish I would have done it a little bit earlier. It's okay.
I I talked to this dude recently who's 80 something years old, and his dad was born in the 1800s because his dad had him when he was like 60 something years old. And like I did the math, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, yeah. His dad was born like 18 whatever, and that's just it's really wild. And I don't know why. I just thought, like, how in Pirates of the Caribbean, I think it's Dead Man's Chest, where they were talking about Jack Sparrow, like, oh, Jack Sparrow, the last pirate out there. It's got a nice ring to it. If I were to have like a kid at like 68, and and the kid is just like, my dad was born in the 1900s, I was like, oh, that'd be really cool. I would be like infamous. Um,
Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's up to each person. I don't rush it. I don't think you have to rush it. But I don't know. It is definitely nice to have somebody that will eventually and kind of settle down. It is nice to have that. But you know, if you don't want to have a kid, don't have one. But if you do, I don't know. I would not wait to 68 there, Randy. Come on. I
I
think
want
I
to
think
like skip the
50.
first 6
I'm
years.
gonna say 50. I think like 50 years old is probably the age.
So I don't know if you could read this. Big A says the guy who repairs my air conditionings for my rentals is 74 and has a 4-year-old. He smokes all this. He smoked all his life and looks 90, and he's still working at 74. I would, I'm not lie. Oh my God. Oh, I don't know if I told you, I went to Vegas 2 months ago, and there was this guy there that I didn't know who he was, but everyone at the poker table knew who he was. Oh, that's Tyler. Tyler, what's up, man? You gonna go, get a girl pregnant tonight? And I was like, that's an odd thing to say to someone. And apparently, this dude, Tyler, has only been with two women in his life, and he got both of them pregnant. And it was like, oh my God, this dude should not be in Vegas. And yeah, oh man, his wife is, could you imagine being 74, having a wife that's 30? Oh my God, it's incredible.
No, no.
I
But
mean, she was 26 when they blinked, or 26 when she had the kid. She could have been 25. Oh my God.
well, you know what is sometimes you'll see like a 20 something with like a 50-year-old, and that's not so bad when he's 50. I don't think that the 20 or the early 30 something really thinks it's that bad. But whenever that 20, 30 something is like 40 with a 70-year-old, then you're like, oh, what I mean? Like I've seen a couple, I know a few people that have married considerably older than them. And like I said, it's all great and cool and gravy until it's not, you know what I mean?
I mean, at that point, so like, here's what I'm thinking. It's like, if you're, and guy or girl, it doesn't matter. Like I know, like Cher and Madonna, they date super young guys. So it's not just guys, but you want what you want. And when you're old, if you just have the money and someone's willing to be with you, like just have fun. Like just go and have fun. Like this dude was 69. Everyone comment nice down below with 69 when he blinked this 25-year-old. And now that he's 74 and she's 30, like good for those guys. I remember these old women on the train that I was eavesdropping, so I wasn't really part of the conversation. I just heard it. This old woman was saying like her daughter was 30 and had married like a 23-year-old, and the other old lady's like, oh, good for her. Good for, like, like she's like still thinking about it, like, oh, nice. Um,
Yeah. Mm. How are
this
those
com
shots?
hmm?
How many shots did you have?
Like 9.
You're doing very well.
Thank you. I have drank a lot of water on top of that, so I think that's probably why. And I also haven't had a shot in like an hour-ish, so I think it's kind of out of my system now. I hope.
That's good. That's good. Okay.
We got a little off topic. We have about 3.5 minutes until we're at the 4-hour mark. What do you want to talk about?
Oh my gosh, what do I want to talk about? It's rough.
So let me ask you a question. I
Yeah.
know you probably get almost no free time between Veve and OMI and being on spaces and work and family. But when you do get free time, what do you think about? Like, do you ever think about random things, or is it all about the Veve and the work and the family?
Oh God, no. No, 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 no.
No free time.
I think about all kinds of things. That's,
Oh,
that's,
okay.
that's a really broad question. What do
Yeah,
you
like what
think
do you think
about?
about? Where does your mind wander?
Um, my mind wanders a lot, at least lately, to gratitude.
Hmm.
Um, and I say that because um, you went through a birthday recently, and you look back on how you spent your life, and were you the type of person that you sat it out, or were you the type of person that danced? You know what I mean? Were you the one that was always, saying no, 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 or were you the one saying, oh, hell with it, yes? And I've been like, I look back and I just think, I'm just so grateful that I'm not sitting, with a bunch of regrets on my plate. Um, and how I need to keep doing that. You know what I mean? Like, there's really not a lot that I go back and say, like, damn it, I wish I would have. Now, we all have little things we wish we wouldn't have done or said, but I'm really happy that I lived, and that I got to experience so much in so many places. And I keep doing that. I want to keep doing that. Yeah.
So in that Fight Club quote where Tyler Durden goes and asks Ed Norton, he's like, "If you died right now, how would you feel about your life?" Like you'd feel really good. Like you lived life.
I mean, I'd feel, I love my husband and my son, and I feel terrible, but I would not, and I've given instructions too, you know what I mean? Like to my niece, like you will get up there, and if something would happen to me, and you would say, do not feel sad for her. She wanted you to know that she, she went there, she went places, she spent money, she took risks, she had great loves, and that's what I said. I want you to tell people that, and make sure that, nobody's crying. You're crying for yourself that you'll miss me, but don't cry for me, because I'm okay. I'm fortunate. In a lot of ways, just so many ways. I mean, yeah, I have eye issues and health issues, and everyone goes through everything, but that's where I've been lately. Just, appreciating what I've done and not having a lot of regrets. And, even now still, like with Veve and OMI, well, oh, you should have, your portfolio as that, but it's okay. It's fun. I'm fine. There are so many people just so much worse off, and across the world, and even in their own marriages and in life, and I'm just grateful. I'm just grateful for what I've been given, and I just want to keep doing it. You know what I mean? I just want to keep doing it and having fun, so when the director yells cut, I'll be fine. You know what I mean?
Same, agreed. So what advice do you have for me that 32 and a half will be 33 this year? What advice do you have for someone my age that's still kind of like a free spirit and maybe hasn't grown up 100%, but maybe should have?
Nobody ever grows up. At least nobody that I know ever really grows up. But what I would say for you is you need balance, um, more balance. Um,
Mm.
Sometimes you need to step back and appreciate everything. I respect that you work hard and that you grind and that you spend all your money on OMI and you live properly, but once in a while, you got to treat yourself and you got to remember why you're here and why you're doing it and what it's all about. So make sure you take that for yourself. Um,
That's fair. I will, 100%. Oh, my friend Mark just sold his Aether for 295. Oh, I'm so jealous. I just got a notification up there. Um, my I had
it's so
a
sad. We sold ours for 150.
sold mine for like 90.
We still have two more though. And then I won't get a gauntlet. Damn it.
I had I was talking to a friend the other day. I think it was when when I got back from Mexico, I had like Montezuma's Revenge. I was on the toilet for days. It was the worst thing in the world. So I was like texting a friend, it's like, listen, if I die, put on my tombstone that I was born in 1995. And then she's just like, no one's gonna believe that.
Oh shit. No, that's funny. I love Mexico. I've been there 3 times, but I will never go back. I have
Why?
been oh, Randy, the things that have happened to me each and every time I've gone to Mexico have been most horrific. Um, One time I got bit by sand fleas, and I was basically pulled out of the airport and sent to the Mexican hospital where they gave me way too much medicine, made me sicker, and I was stuck in a hotel for like a week. Thank God I had insurance. That happened once. A second time, I was robbed of everything, including my clothes that I left on the beach from going into the ocean.
Oh no.
Yeah. Um, and then a third time, I got really, really, really sick. Had to be the water, had to be something in the water.
No.
So, although the water is impeccable, my luck in Mexico is no bueno. So yeah,
I
I'm
understand.
gonna stick to the Bahamas. I think I'm a big fan of the Bahamas and Aruba. So but damn, I do love the beaches of Mexico.
Yes, the Bahamas are definitely good. I definitely enjoy those. The only thing I don't like is that when I was on the ship, they promised me, like I asked them multiple times if there was going to be Wi-Fi on there. I said, yeah, absolutely. Like they seemed very truthful. I was like, okay, and there was no Wi-Fi the whole week, and like my YouTube channel like never recovered. Um, so it was, yeah, I was very salty about that. Um,
I'm not a big cruiser. I just I don't want to be on a cruise. I don't know why. I just would rather go to a place and just do everything I can do there and enjoy it and then go to another place. But I get the allure that you get to go check out a bunch of places at once. But
yeah,
there's too much shuffling and you know what I mean? You don't really have a place and you got to be back. Whereas I like to go to a place, go to a nice resort and then just like explore everywhere and then decide, do I like it and I want to come back or not. Um, yeah, the cruise is just too much. Yeah, too much
I,
of on off, etc. So
I feel you. I mean, I did go with a friend. I did go with some girl, Brittany, so that was also really fun. Even though everyone shipped me with her mom, they didn't even ship me with her. They shipped me with her mom. It was just like, oh, hey, everyone was telling some girl, Brittany, hide your mom. I was like,
they know your type, Randy. They know your type.
Smarty Pants says last time he went to Playa del Carmen with his family, his brother got cholera. Only person from the U.S. to get it that year. Almost died. Mom got it, and his dad broke his hip. Smarty Pants was the only survivor. That's
Telling you, Randy, nothing but bad luck. Nothing but bad luck for me in Mexico.
yeah, same. I was quite sick on the week after I got back. I wasn't sick there, although I was because I was like I got like motion sickness because I was just on like the plane and the Uber ride, and I was like, and then I had alcohol on top of that, so no, that wasn't.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
Yeah,
No,
we
I
talked.
think what do you think about sentiment? What do you think about sentiment right now with the recent drops? Do you I feel like it's getting better.
So there was a poll I forget who did the poll. I think it was Veve Viral or Jordan Riz that said like, "Oh, hey, what's the sentiment like?" And the Veve sentiment was very positive. The
Mhm.
OMI sentiment was not. So, which I think is okay. I'd rather have that because as long as the Veve app is doing really well, OMI can come later.
Right.
Um, and it's just like I get it. I get that. Hey, Veve has a bunch of stuff and they fix them, but it's really slow and
Yeah.
people are used to that. And I think now that you have updates on the app every couple of weeks, it is getting better. But people they have really short attention spans, especially this being their first time, investing.
Oh,
It's really hard.
absolutely. Absolutely. I was going to show you. I'm going to be on around the account. Are you going to be there this Monday?
No, I have to work.
Oh, well, that
Wait,
sucks.
what are you going to show? Tell me.
No, I'm just he made me a let me see
Oh, you're
what's
like a permanent guest now?
no, he made me a crypto punk. Um you
Oh,
were
that's
talking,
cool. With
yeah,
AI.
yes, I'm excited. I'm excited. So we look pretty. I don't know if you could see it very well, but can you? No,
Move it up a little bit
there we go. Wait,
and
I
move
told
it to the. I guess you're.
you. Wait, am I? Yeah, it's no, it's not on the.
Take a
Oh, maybe
screenshot and
this
send
way.
it to
Wait a
me.
minute. Wait a minute. There you go. I'm trying to turn. So, here we go.
Oh, I see you. I see you. You're between Jordan Rees and someone else.
I'm just
Crypto
gonna
Lee?
send the damn thing to you.
Yeah,
How
send it.
silly am I? Jeez. But no, it looks good. It looks good. It reminds me, we look like Iron Chef, they have everybody's posters.
Yeah.
I feel like the Iron Chef, like I'm Cat Cora on the Iron Chef with all the other ones. Oh, geez. No, so you have to work on Monday.
Yeah, I mean, I might not, but I think I've been, I don't know. I'll keep everyone posted. I'll keep them lying in wait for my response.
Are you enjoying your work, or is it?
So I was until today, where so I'm doing consulting for a company, and it's like, oh, hey, where do you think we should do our marketing? What type of people or group of people should we, try to attempt in our market? And, how do you think our balance sheet is like, just like, oh, hey, I think you could do this. It wasn't really a ton of money,
Mm-hmm.
but it was just like, it's a simple, easy job. But then what they were doing, I don't really want to say what they do. In the way that they were selling, they're selling a good product,
Mm-hmm.
but they're fairly misleading about how they sell it. And again, the product is good. I feel like you don't really need to, and they are providing a service, but they are just the way that they're kind of saying things is like as a matter of factly when it's really not. It's a little more subjective.
Mm.
I don't know if I could do that because like they were saying, oh, hey, you're really just being like a consultant. You're like kind of on our social media, but you're not really, if you really want to make money, you should do this. I was like, okay, so I gave it a shot, and I wasn't really doing that well, because I can't like, I don't want to say I can't lie. I can't like be manipulative, although I could if I really wanted to. It was just I don't know. I have a really weird feeling about it.
Are you
Um,
working for Quid?
huh? No,
Are you
no. It's not a Web3 company. Uh, no quid, no quid. I don't honestly. I've gone this long in the Web3 space, or at least the YouTube space, without having any real major sponsors. I'm not going to start now.
Yeah.
I mean, if I would, it would have to be for like a lot of like I've even had this two gold and silver companies reach out just because like I'm like kind of that conspiracy theorist that's just like, oh, the dollar's going down. You got to protect yourselves with, I'm protecting myself with OMI, but gold and silver is really good to have. And they were like, oh, hey, you've commented on these posts. Do you want to like, have like links for us? Like, do you want to like share our link? And I was like, well, what you're selling is pretty cool, but it's like, okay, do you want to pay $109 for this, where it's most of the value is in the silver and the rest is very speculative? And
Mm-hmm.
it's like I could think of other places where you could probably make a lot more money to, so it's really hard. I mean, if somebody has a really good product, I have no issue going and saying, oh, hey, do you want us to give you like a Dyson vacuum? Like, oh, hey, this works. Like, not that I vacuum anyway, but I don't know. I'll keep you posted.
All right. Sounds like a
Anyway,
plan.
we'll wrap it up here. I do want to talk to you off camera a bit. I feel like I've kept you a long time. I want to keep you super longer.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I just wanted to talk some. I just wanted to talk some. I wanted to talk some OMI and some Veve. So it was nice talking with you.
It was
So
great. So
yeah,
again,
it's
I'll talk to you
midnight
off
now.
camera for a couple minutes, but for now, everyone say goodbye to Dashi. Yeah, all right. Thank you guys for all the super chats and all the shots, all the drinks. Meant a lot to me.